So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, may I kindly ask you to take your seats? I hope most of us have now found the way to the plenary, although it has been difficult this morning, as it is very often in the Brussels traffic. So I hope you have all enjoyed a very productive and lively first day at the European Parliamentary Week. I'm very happy to open this extremely timely and relevant first plenary session on improvement of EU's competitiveness through the single market, innovation policy, better regulation and quality jobs. I welcome all of the representatives from the national parliament as well as the members of the European Parliament. You all represent citizens from the EU member states, candidate and observer countries. Thank you very much for coming so numerous. We have 142 members from 26 EU member states and 5 accession and observer countries. So very warm welcome also to the colleagues from the Polish presidency, who are partly here by my side and partly here in front, who are co-organizing this conference with us. And today we, as representatives of both national parliaments and European Parliament, will address a very pressing challenge facing our Union: ensuring Europe's future competitiveness in an increasingly complex global environment. In a world marked by growing geopolitical tensions, the return of war to our continent, and increasing economic competition from major global powers, the question of Europe's competitiveness has taken on even more urgency. The ability of our Union to maintain its strategic autonomy, to protect our values and to defend our interests depends fundamentally on the strength and resilience of our economy. At the same time, we have to maintain and improve our security and living standards, preserve our unique social market economy model, and lead in green and digital transitions. So we need to act together. The challenges before us are significant, from closing the innovation gap with our global competitors to implementing an effective decarbonization strategy while ensuring our strategic autonomy. When we consider that only 4 out of the world's top 50 tech companies are European, or that our companies face energy prices several times higher than their US counterparts, the scale of these challenges become clear. These issues touch upon the very foundations of our European project and require a coordinated response across all levels of governance. That is why today's discussion on improving EU's competitiveness through the single market, innovation policy, better regulation and quality jobs is both timely and crucial. The interaction between national parliaments and the European Parliament on these matters is essential, as many of the necessary reforms will require action at both European and national levels. So today I'm very pleased to co-chair this session with Ms. Agnieszka Pomaska, Chair of the European Affairs, EU Affairs Committee of the Republic of Poland, and Tomasz Grodzki, Chairman of the EU Affairs Committee of the Senate of the Republic of Poland. And I would like to give the floor to Agnieszka Pomaska for a few words of introduction. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Berley, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I would like to warmly welcome you all on behalf of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland, and thank you for your numerous attendance at the European Parliamentary Week debates. I'm truly delighted by your presence. It is a great pleasure to welcome Professor Mario Draghi, former Prime Minister of the Italian Republic, former President of the European Central Bank, and the author of a significant and widely discussed report on Europe's competitiveness. And it's a topic not only here, but I believe in all our countries. Professor, it is an honor to host you at this event organized as a part of the parliamentary dimension of Poland's presidency in the Council of the European Union. Undoubtedly, EU member states need further support to enhance economic competitiveness, build security, and strengthen resilience against threats. Ensuring security and boosting competitiveness are among the greatest challenges ahead of us. Let us not forget that the countries and citizens of the European Union have immense developmental potential, vast reserves of innovation, and the determination to be global leaders in many fields. I hope that today's discussion will bring us closer to fulfilling our ambitions and expectations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, dear lecturer. And now I will give the floor to Thomas Grodzki for his introduction.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I would like to warmly welcome you to the second day of the proceedings of this year's European Parliamentary Week. It's a great honor for me to co-chair this plenary session because I'm particularly pleased that the topics we will be discussing are extremely important. Since the most qualified person to address the issue of improving competitiveness is Mr. Mario Draghi, I will briefly present my remarks. To enhance European Union's competitiveness, especially vis-à-vis the United States and China, we must take decisive action. This starts with making business easier and faster, thanks to reducing administrative burdens, deepening our single market across all sectors, and putting research and innovation at the heart of our economy, implementing a new plan for Europe's sustainable prosperity and competitiveness is crucial for our future. I believe there is no need to encourage you to participate in the discussion, as the presence of Mr. Draghi is motivating enough for active involvement. Thank you, and I wish you an exciting exchange of views. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Now, we are particularly honored to welcome Mr. Mario Draghi, former Prime Minister of the Italian Republic and former President of the European Central Bank, whose recent comprehensive report on European competitiveness has sparked an essential debate about Europe's economic future. His analysis and recommendations provide a solid foundation for our discussions today on how to address the estimated 750 to 800 billion annual investment needs, while ensuring that increased competitiveness reinforces rather than weakens our European social model. The recent Commission proposal for a competitiveness compass further underlines the momentum building around this agenda. So, Mr. Draghi, the floor is yours for around 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be back here in the European Parliament to discuss the follow-up to the report on Europe's competitiveness. The input of elected representatives was vital in the preparation process of the report, and many members of the European Parliament and national parliaments have reached out to me since its release. Your reactions have been invaluable in helping refine the proposals and building momentum for change. Your engagement underscores the strength of European democracies and how we need all actors working together to transform Europe. Since the report was published, the changes that have taken place are broadly in line with the trends that were outlined there. But the sense of urgency to undertake the radical change that the report advocated has become even greater. First, The pace of progress in artificial intelligence, AI, has accelerated rapidly. We've seen frontier models achieving almost 90% accuracy on benchmark tests for scientific reasoning, outperforming human expert scores. We've also seen models becoming much more efficient, with training costs falling by a factor of 10 and inference costs by a factor of over 20. For now, most progress is still happening outside of Europe. 8 of the current top 10 large language models have been developed in the United States, with the other 2 originating from China. Every day with delay, the technology frontier is moving away from us, but falling costs are also an opportunity for us to catch up faster. Second, natural gas prices remain highly volatile, rising by around 40% since September, and margins on LNG imports from the United States have increased significantly since last year to over 100%. Power prices have also generally risen across countries and are still 2-3 times higher than those in the United States. And we've seen the type of internal tensions that might arise if we do not act urgently to address the challenges created by the energy transition. For example, during the severe Dunkelflaute in December last year, when solar and wind power fell close to zero, German power prices rose by more than 10 times the yearly average price. That, in turn, caused major price spikes in Scandinavia, with countries having to export energy to fill the gap, in turn leading some of them to consider postponing interconnector projects. In parallel, increasing threats to critical undersea infrastructures underscore the security imperative to develop and protect our grids. Third, when the report was written, the main geopolitical theme was the rise of China. Now, the EU will face tariffs by the new US administration in the coming months, coming weeks probably, hindering our access to our largest export market. Moreover, higher US tariffs on China will redirect Chinese overcapacity into Europe, further hitting European firms. Indeed, large EU companies are more concerned about this effect than loss of access to the US market. We may also face policies devised to attract European companies to produce more in the United States, based around lower taxes, cheaper energy, and deregulation. Expanded industrial capacity in the United States is a key part of the government's plan to ensure that tariffs are not going to be inflationary. And if recent statements outline our future, we can expect to be left largely alone to guarantee security in Ukraine and in Europe itself. To cope with these challenges, it's increasingly clear that we need to act more and more as if we were one state. The complexity of the policy response involving research, industry, trade, and finance will require an unprecedented degree of coordination between all actors, national governments and parliaments, the Commission, and the European Parliament. The response must be fast, because time is not on our side, with the European economy stagnating while much of the world grows. The response must be commensurate with the size of the challenges, and it must be laser-focused on the sectors that will drive further growth. Speed, scale, and intensity will be essential. We must create the conditions for innovative companies to grow in Europe rather than staying small or moving to the United States. That means bringing down internal barriers, standardizing, harmonizing, simplifying national regulations, and pushing for a more equity-based capital market. We are often our worst enemy in this regard. We have an internal market that is of a similar size to that of the United States. We have the potential to act to scale, at scale. But the IMF estimates that our internal barriers are equivalent to a tariff of around 45% for manufacturing and 110% for services. And we have chosen a regulatory approach that has prioritized precaution over innovation, especially in the digital sector. For example, the GDPR is estimated to have increased the costs of data by 20% for EU companies. We also have a lot of savings in Europe that we could use to finance innovation. But, with a few notable exceptions, our countries mostly rely on bank lending that is generally not suited for this task. That leads us to spend more than 300 billion euros every year in savings overseas because investment opportunities are lacking here. We must help our leading firms to catch up in the AI race by channeling more investment into computing infrastructure and digital networks. The recently announced EU AI Champions Initiative is a good example of how the public and the private sectors can work together to help close the innovation gap faster. If we act decisively and make Europe an attractive place for innovation, we have an opportunity to reverse the brain drain that has pulled many of our best scientists across the Atlantic. The report identifies several ways to expand our research capacity. And if we do so, our tradition of academic freedom and absence of cultural orientation in government funding can become our comparative advantage. Next, we have to bring down energy prices. This has become imperative not only for traditional industries, but also for advanced technologies. It's estimated that power consumption by data centers in Europe will more than triple by the end of the decade. But it's also increasingly clear that decarbonization itself can only be sustainable if its benefits are brought forward. The report identifies a host of reasons for Europe's high energy prices beyond the fact that the EU is not a major natural gas producer. And these reasons are the limited coordination on national gas procurement, the functioning of the energy market, delays in installing renewable capacity, underdeveloped grids, high taxation, and high financial margins. These and other factors are all of our own making, and therefore, they can be changed if we have the will to do so. The report proposes several measures in this regard. Reform of the energy market, much greater transparency in energy trading, more extensive use of long-term power contracts and long-term purchases of natural gas, and massive investment in grids and interconnections. It also calls not only for faster installation of renewables, but also for investment in clean baseload generation and flexibility solutions that we can draw on when renewables are not generating power. At the same time, we must ensure a level playing field for our innovative clean tech sector so that it can benefit from the opportunities of the transition. Decarbonization cannot mean that we lose green jobs because firms in countries with more state support can capture market share. Finally, the report addressed several vulnerabilities in Europe, one of which is our defence system, where fragmentation of industrial capacity along national lines prevents the necessary scale. Even if we are collectively the third largest spender in the world, we would not be able to satisfy a ramp-up in defence expenditure through our own productive capacity. Our national defence systems are neither interoperable nor standardized in some key parts of the supply chain. This is one of the many examples where the European Union is less than the sum of its parts. Alongside acting to modernize the European economy, we need to manage the transition for our traditional industries. These industries remain important in Europe. Since 2012, the top 10 sectors with the fastest growing productivity have consisted almost entirely of so-called mid-tech sectors, like automotives and machinery. The manufacturing sector also employs around 30 million people, compared with 13 million in the United States. And in this world where geopolitical relationships are fastly evolving and protectionism is rising, retaining industries like steel and chemicals that provide inputs to the whole economy and are critical for defence has become strategic. Supporting traditional industries is often depicted as a binary choice. We can either choose to let them go and allow resources to move to new sectors, or we can sacrifice the development of new technologies and ultimately resign ourselves to permanently low growth. But the choice doesn't have to be so stark. If we carry out the reforms to make Europe more innovative, we'll relax many of the trade-offs between these goals. For example, if we exploit the economies of scale of our EU market and integrate our energy market, it will lower production costs everywhere. Then we will be better placed to deal with the potential spillovers of, say, providing low-cost energy to energy-intensive industries. If we offer a more competitive rate of return in Europe and a more efficient capital markets, our savings will naturally stay home. Then we will have a deeper pool of private capital to finance both new technologies and established industries that retain a competitive edge. And if we remove our internal barriers and raise our productivity growth, it will help increase our effective fiscal space. That will give us more capacity to finance projects that serve a public good, but that the private sector is unlikely to touch, such as the decarbonization of heavy industry. To give an illustration, the report estimated that increasing total factor productivity by just 2% over the next 10 years would reduce the fiscal costs for governments of financing necessary investments by 1/3. At the same time, removing internal barriers will make the fiscal multipliers of these investments higher. There is robust evidence that fiscal multipliers decrease with trade openness, as part of a fiscal impulse will be met by higher imports. And Europe's economy is very open to trade, more than twice the level of the United States, which is a symptom of our own high internal tariffs. With expansion in our domestic market effectively capped, EU companies have looked abroad for growth opportunities, while imports have become relatively more attractive as external tariffs have fallen. But if we take to lower these internal barriers, we would see a large rerouting of demand back into our market. Then trade openness would naturally decline and fiscal policy would become commensurately more powerful. The Commission has recently launched its competitiveness compass, which embraces this agenda. The aims of the compass are fully in line with the recommendations of the report, and they signal a much-needed reorientation of key European policies. It's now important that the Commission is given all the necessary support, both in the implementation of this programme and in its financing. The financing needs are massive. 750, 800 billion is a year is a conservative estimate. To increase financing capacity, the Commission is proposing a welcome rationalisation of EU financing instruments, but there are no plans for new EU funds. The method being proposed is to combine EU instruments with more flexible use of state aid coordinated by a new European tool. While we hope that this construction will deliver the financial backing required, success will hinge on Member States using the fiscal space they have available and being prepared to act within a European framework. But the Commission is only one actor. It can do a lot in its areas of exclusive competence, such as trade and competition policy, but it cannot act alone. The European Parliament, national parliaments and national governments must stand by its side. The Parliament has a key role in play in making EU decisions faster. If we follow our usual legislative procedures, which often take up to 20 months, our policy responses may be outdated as soon as they are produced. We also rely on the Parliament to act as a protagonist, to build political unity, to create momentum for change, to hold policymakers to account for hesitation, and to carry out an ambitious action programme. We can revive the innovative spirit of our continent. We can regain our capacity to defend our interests. And we can give our people hope. The national governments and the parliaments of our continent and the European Commission and the European Parliament are called to be the guardians of this hope at the turning point in Europe's history. If united, we will rise to the challenge and succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Mario Draghi, for this highly interesting and timely introduction and remarks. So we will now enter the debate, and I will remind you the housekeeping points, which are, as members of national parliaments have been requested to register their interest for the floor, we have established a speakers list of colleagues from national parliaments. In general speaking time, it is divided according to the following formula: 2 national parliamentarians followed by 1 member of a European Parliament, and so on. Should the need arise, this formula will have to be adapted during the debate. Members of this House, the European Parliament, wishing to request the floor are kindly requested to fill in the speaking card. I guess you have it on your desks, and give it to the ushers. They will be added to the speakers list on the spot. Each intervention should be limited between 1.5 and 2 minutes. I know this is very little for a lot of national parliaments. I've been a national parliamentarian myself. We in the European Parliament usually have speaking slots of 1 minute, so this is already generous. We might have to adjust this also depending on how many colleagues take the floor. These time limits, yes, as said, might be adapted. We have interpretation in 23 EU languages plus Turkish. So we will start with the colleague Christian Petri from the German Bundestag. And to be prepared, the next one will be Mika Lintilä from the Finnish Eduskunta. Colleague Petri, you have the floor.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Katerina. Thank you to Mr. Draghi for your speech this morning. Well, you closed by talking about hope. You said we need hope and confidence. And that's key, because besides all of the things you're proposing in your report, it's very important that we ensure that we bring the population with us to win their hearts. They need to have confidence in a strong European Union, so they will have to be brought along on with a package of measures that they may be initially critical to. During the saving of the euro, you said whatever it takes to save the euro. That had a psychological effect. Here, I think that there's a big need for a lot of positive thinking to go along with the actual measures. The European Union promises prosperity and peace, and we need to renew that message. We need to do what you've said, a proper transformation of our industrial society. And we need to move away from carbon, but continue to produce. We need investment to do that. Crises are taking place around the world, and we have to bear that in mind as we try to solve the crises. Now our American partner has different ideas of how to respond to the world's problems. So, Mr. Draghi, you're calling for billions of investment. You're calling for new financing sources for the European Union. You're talking about using the bond markets and bringing in new own resources to finance this, a kind of European taxes. So do you think that there is time, and do you think there's a possibility to get Russia and the USA around a table and assert the European Union and negotiate on our behalf?
Dankeschön. Next speaker is Mika Lintilä from Finland, and then as a European Parliament member, Janusz Lewandowski.
Honorable Chair, dear colleagues, I continue my speech in Finnish.
Europe has a big question in front of us. How can we improve the competitiveness of Europe on a global level? How can we have a dynamic economy and social justice? It was an honor to hear the intervention from Mario Draghi on his important report. It is a wake-up call for Europe, and it has an important message for us. We are at a crossroads for the European economy. External demand, cheap energy, and geopolitical stability was the basis of our economy for years. Now this basis no longer exists. The energy is higher, demand is lower, and we are lagging behind in technological innovations. Also, we are facing competition from China and the United States. If we do not act now, we will have a very long stagnation in our economy. This is a threat to our societal model and strategic autonomy. In order to accelerate our financial situation, we can't have such a big gap with regards to innovations. And if we are fragmented, we are also economically in a weak situation, and we cannot respond to international and global competition. The Commission has made a competitiveness compass on the basis of this report. It is the basis for the next 5 years and the work of the Commission for the next 5 years. This means that national governments need to implement these initiatives. The Commission must also continue its work to decrease the administrative burden on companies. There are a lot of positives in Professor Draghi's report. However, implementation of these recommendations is essential, and we need to see if we will be able to respond to this challenge. Thank you.
Would you please have a look at the speaking time? It's announced, and because if we all speak double, then we won't make it to the end. So I give the floor to colleague Janusz Lewandowski, and the next speaker will be Marta Schifone from Italy.
Good morning. Outside of the Parliament, you will find on Place Luxembourg monument of John Cockerill. Very few know that he was a businessman moving his business from UK on our continent, finding here the best innovative, friendly and business-friendly environment. But this was 200 years ago. Now our old continent is sent to the economic retirement and even nicknamed as the digital colony of GAFA, of the American platforms. And we have diagnosis of Mr. Draghi, detecting all sorts of gaps, middle trap, and his recipe. We have, as a follow-up, competitiveness compass and also forthcoming omnibus deregulation initiative. I see it with some cautious, with memory of infamous Lisbon strategy, promising to create here on our soil the most dynamic, innovative ecosystem on the earth, and with memory of big exercise in the regulation called REFIT and the Barroso II Commission. Therefore, I am not dreaming about reproducing Silicon Valley in Europe. What is missing is this risk-taking mentality, sufficient volume of venture capital, also completely different profile of immigration. But I know that non-action is not an option. Therefore, let's try. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we hear Marta Schifone from the Italian Chamber of Deputies, and to be prepared is Jean-François Rapin from the French Senate.
Grazie.
Thank you. The main macroeconomic indicators in Italy show a snapshot of a solid, stable and credible country. Focusing on export values with good spread and record employment. This is partly because of our manufacturing fabric and also because of choices and economic and political decisions that have been made. We cannot underestimate concerning signs that come from the European framework, which is still uncertain. The Draghi report had the merit of focusing on the issue of European competitiveness. For too long, this has been sacrificed on the altar of hyper-regulation and ideology. This has been one of the main breaks on Europe's ability to innovate and be competitive with other global players. Awareness of this, of the Clean Deal and regulation has given rise to this. We have been aware of this and have been complaining about this for a long time now. The green ideology has been sacrificed. Now we need to move towards pragmatism and technological neutrality. We need to shorter and more safe supply chains, and we need to streamline procedures. We need to complete the internal market and the capital markets, and we need to be bolder in promoting research, development, and investing on our skills and competencies. A more united Europe that will have more of an impact on main topics, but one that will also be able to leave member states to manage those issues which are closer to their citizens, in full respect of the principle of subsidiarity. Giorgia Meloni often says that for Europe, now it's time to move on from words to deeds. Thank you for listening.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much.
Jean-François Rapin from the French Senate, followed by European Parliament member Claire Fitta.
Chère Présidente,
Madam President, President of Council, the report submitted by Mario Draghi, I think, allows us to share a common diagnosis of the challenges that face us, and it offers us a way forward, a narrow and difficult path forward, certainly for the EU to rise to the challenges it faces. We need to undertake a green and digital transition against increasingly hostile powers in the US and China. Europe is considered to be ineffective, over-bureaucratic, but this perception does have its justifications. You said from 2019 to 2024, Europe produced more than 13,000 legal texts, whereas the United States only produced 3,400. So there's a severe gap which is undermining our competitiveness, and the administrative burden of the EU represents an annual cost of around 150 billion euros per year. That's 1.3% of European GDP. So we are witnessing an aberration, really, in terms of too much red tape, which I recently mentioned in a fact-finding mission undertaken by the Senate. So the challenges are not new. Unfortunately, the measures we have taken have not borne fruit because they haven't been properly implemented. The fact-finding mission that I led revealed the need to ensure that the subsidiarity and proportionality principles are fully respected. This is a recommendation, I think, that will find willing ears in this chamber. But Europe has to do more to facilitate the implementation by national parliaments of the subsidiarity principle by allowing for more time for the monitoring of legislation and reducing the threshold for the yellow card. National parliaments have an important role to play to ensure that the simplification agenda announced by the European Commission can actually be carried out. We need better legislation. It shouldn't be just a slogan, it should become a reality. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. The next speaker is Claire Fitta from the European Parliament, followed by Ioannis Plakiotakis from Greece.
President, Mr. Draghi, in September you said, without action from us as the European Union, we would compromise our well-being, our environment, and our freedom. You rightly raised the existential challenge that Europe currently faces. And today, you're insisting once again on the urgency of rising to this existential challenge. You say that Europe should invest, our Europe should invest massively so that we can stop it falling behind the US and China. And I wanted to insist on the financing side. We need financing for this additional investment. And the ingredients here are well known, and you've mentioned them. European borrowing with new own resources to double the budget, capital markets union. You said all of this, and so far the Commission has proposed a rationalization of our budget. And all too many heads of state and government have not understood the seriousness of the situation if we are to remain stuck in an underinvestment trap. In 2012, you said that the ECB would do whatever it takes to save the euro. You managed to save economic and monetary union. My question to you is a pretty broad one. What words can you give us this morning to wake up Europe's leaders who perhaps are all too resigned at the moment? What financial recipe would be your preferred solution among the solutions you propose for relaunching the financial side, and particularly as we launch into the negotiations on the multi-annual financial framework?
Next speaker is Ioannis Blakiotakis from the Hellenic Parliament, followed by Joris Thijssen from the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start by thanking Mario Draghi for being with us. Mr. Draghi, your presence at today's conference shows the great importance that you attach to the national parliaments. Dear colleagues, the international environment has changed dramatically. The Draghi report offers a thorough reflection on the challenges facing the EU with a clear sense of urgency. I would say that the report is comparable to the Delors report and should be read together with the Letter report on the future of the single market. I draw particular attention to the need to complete the capital market union and the need of massive investments through joint borrowing. It is also necessary to simplify the regulatory framework for businesses and to reduce energy costs. However, we must also ensure the regional convergence and social cohesion. In addition, SMEs should reap more benefits from the internal market and the investment in innovative technologies. Finally, a common European policy with regard to the defence industry is of utmost importance. The Greek Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, has spoken many times about the need to gain greater autonomy in this sector, proposing the exclusion of defence expenditure from fiscal stagger, as well as the creation of a European fund of at least 100 billion in size to finance common defence requirements. Dear colleagues, we need to kickstart European competitiveness. The presentation by the European Commission of the Competitiveness Compass is a first step. However, we must speed up, we must overcome our differences, building on the positive experience of the Recovery and Resilience Funds. I conclude with a question. As noted by Jean Monnet, Europe is forged in crisis. Mr. Draghi, are you optimistic that this will also be true with regard to the competitive crisis? Thank you for your attention.
Evharisto. Next speaker is Joris Thijssen from the Tweede Kamer in the Netherlands, followed by Fernando Navarrete. Please press the microphone.
I did, I think, but now it's working. Very good. Thank you, Chair. Indeed, we wake up in a new world with numerous threats and challenges. And for our people, be it the Dutch, the Portuguese, the Greek or the Polish, it is imperative that we make Europe strong and resilient. And thank you, Mr. Draghi, for your report and for your vision here today in the European Parliament. You challenge the Netherlands and other member states that we need to step up to the challenge to ensure that our continent stays prosperous and becomes an even better place. And you analyze very sharply that in the clean technology sector, the European Union still has a lead, compared to China and the United States. And with President Trump saying, drill, baby, drill, do you think this is an opportunity for the Netherlands and other member states to increase our leap towards the United States and towards China? Also because in the European continent we have little fossil fuels and it's hard to compete with the cheap oil and gas from the Middle East and the United States. And lastly, also because if we increase our clean technologies industries, it will also help us to combat the climate catastrophe. I look forward to your reply.
Dank u wel. I give the floor now to MEP Fernando Navarrete, followed by Konrad Kristak from the Polish Sejm.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor Draghi. Today I want to reflect more on speed and and PACE, then about the line of travel, because I think there is basic agreement on the line of travel that you outline in your report, and that has been basically endorsed by the Competitiveness Compass. So basically, your plan tries to avoid, to a large degree, the need for stark choices, as you put it, or trade-offs, on the basis of the large efficiency gains that can come up from acting together in different fronts, in particular the internal market or defense policy. So I fully agree on that. However, the short run exists, and the world is moving faster maybe than we expected when the report was outlined. So I'm afraid that making those efficiency gains will take a lot of time. Just as my colleague Lewandowski pointed out, we've been trying for decades and basically have very limited results. So I think it's now high time to speak the whole truth to our citizens, that at least in the short term or even the medium term, the trade-offs are real and have to be confronted head on. And I would like to hear your opinion if this is the case. In any event, I would really like to thank you for being so clear on the diagnostics, because we really need it. Now we have the North for our compass, but it's for us, as European parliamentarians and also national parliamentarians, to decide the path and the path. And this is an even harder task that we are confronting. I would like to hear from you how to do it at with the right timing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Konrad Krzysztak from the Polish Sejm, followed by Ivica Mesic from Croatia.
Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam Chair, Professor Draghi, ladies and gentlemen, in front of the United Union there are many challenges. The basic challenge is safety. Security, something that we've been talking about for many months, and what we are doing within these weeks. Security is one of the priorities of the Polish presidency, but there's no security without economy. This economy requires new actions, deregulation, but also investing into innovation. Deregulations, Donald Tusk talked a lot about this topic, these deregulations, which is necessary to a certain degree, so we don't have our hands tied in the fight for equality in the global arena. We are struggling with huge players, China, the United States, and will not go and be competitive, will not deregulate related to our legal framework. And this is very important because Poland, whose economy over the last 20 years doubled, in fact, that's a result of joining the European Union. However, today the number of regulations, the general regulation on data protection, the result of all of this is that we limit innovation, and the Polish and European businessmen have to make useless documents, reports, which keeps us away from real work, from building and using our potential. And finally, of course, economy, business is very important, yes, but we still have to remember about employees, about protecting jobs. So I'd like to appeal to you here from Brussels, to all the parliaments in the United Union. Draghi's report is very important, but let us start to use it, to implement it. Thank you.
Dziękuję. Next speaker is Ivica Mesic from the Hrvatski Sabor. I'm not good at this one. And followed by MEP Brando Benifei.
Zahvaljujem predsjedavajuća. Gospodine Draghi.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Draghi, Croatia considers the removal of barriers in the single market to be one of the key drivers of competitiveness, and removing these barriers should be an integral part of the upcoming horizontal strategy for the single market. Here, the Single Market Enforcement Task Force can play a significant role. On innovation, we believe that the announced adoption of the strategy for startups and scale-ups is the right direction, since we need measures for supporting these companies to encourage their establishment and survival on the market. And we believe also that the initiative to establish a 28th legal regime is a key initiative which will benefit not only innovative startups but also other sectors and business operators, and therefore reduce their risk of failure. We also need to simplify rules and administrative burden, because too complex regulations stifle initiative. Also calls for proposals for EU funds and innovation programs should be simplified. Also, for companies in research and innovation, the long implementation period for calls of proposals are a barrier. Our strategic priorities should include disruptive innovations that will create new markets and focus on socially beneficial innovation, and also on cooperation between university research departments and the entire scientific research community, also at the level of the whole EU, not only at member state level. Therefore, Croatia supports the approach outlined in the competitiveness compass, as well as the omnibus package, which will improve the regulatory environment. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Hvala. Next speaker is Brando Benifei, MEP, followed by Franz Fayot from the Luxembourg Chamber of Deputies.
President
Draghi, welcome back to the European Parliament, and thank you for being here. The alarm launched by your report is clear. Europe has to urgently adopt a new industrial strategy, not just to be competitive at global level on topics such as technological innovation and the environmental transition. As rapporteur for your report in the AFCO committee, the Constitutional Affairs Committee, together with colleagues from other political groups, it's been my pleasure to put together a parliamentary text on how to tackle governance and structural reforms that Europe needs if it's going to if it's going to be realistic for us to achieve the objectives you've set out. A couple of questions. In your report, you say that strengthening the European Union will require treaty reform. But to do that, we need consensus, unanimity. However, we've not managed that. We've seen lower growth and today stagnation. President Draghi, as the European Parliament has already said, do you agree that if we are going to ensure reform that will overcome the need for consensus within Council, then this will be necessary in key areas? Otherwise, how is it going to be easier to act as if we are one state, as you to quote your speech today? Also, what can we do to ensure that simplification doesn't lead to a reduction in citizens, workers, or consumers' rights or rights for SMEs? There was a report on AI that's been adopted by unanimity by member states. Now, we have the sacrosanct need to reduce costs for data use in our economy, but to protect AI. But does this... we want to avoid uncontrolled use of AI. What do you think about this? Thank you.
Try to stick to your time. Next speaker is Franz Fayot from the Luxembourg Chamber of Deputies, followed by José María Sánchez from Spain.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from a country, Luxembourg, which yesterday sadly celebrated its overshoot day. And while we are not good, most of the European countries of our partners are going to follow us quite closely. Mr. Draghi, I really appreciated your report. There are many great visions in it, but I think there is one blind spot, which is the environmental crisis. We come out of a period where sustainability was very high on the European agenda, But I think that while we now have a competitiveness compass which is based on your report, we seem to be lacking, and I'm quoting what an MEP said yesterday, we seem to be lacking a social and an environmental agenda at a time where the environmental crisis, as scientists tell us, and as we see in our everyday lives, is getting ever more pressing. I think that is a mistake, and I would like to hear your views on this. Second point, my country, Luxembourg, is a small country with a very open economy. And our fabric of companies is almost exclusively made out of SMEs. Now, your report is a vision for growth and scale, based very much on the American model involving more capital markets, which I think is a good thing. But it is a vision which is not one-to-one per se applicable to a country such as mine. Now, there is another report, as you know, that of Enrico Letta, which is focused on reinforcing the internal market, which is also, I think, more taking into account the reality of smaller countries. And I would like to know from you how you see the articulation between your report and that of your colleague Enrico Letta. Thank you.
Vielmals merci. Next speaker is José María Sánchez from the Spanish Congress of Deputies, followed by MEP Irene Tignali.
Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Draghi, we read your report with close attention. I have to say that this has raised many doubts in our minds about essential elements of the EU's economic policy and of his member states. First of all, you don't say anything about public spending, although the report does talk about borrowing, massive borrowing. So we think you don't think it's necessary to reduce public spending. That's what we infer. You don't say anything either about taxation. You'll remember that during the first Trump presidency, the tax burden was reduced by 40% on businesses, and the tax burden was also significantly reduced for the highest rates of income tax. The result was that between 2000 and 2016, the American economy didn't grow, but during the Trump presidency, it grew by more than 3%. That set out in a recent publication. So this begs the question about the importance of the tax burden on growth, and what happens in the US is the same. In private economies, there's only one way of putting funds at the service of the public, either by borrowing or by raising taxes. So we think that is an aspect that is missing from your report.
Gracias. Next speaker is MEP Irene Tignali, followed by Adam Reuterskiöld from Sweden.
Thank you very much, President. Last week, President von der Leyen announced the activation of an escape clause to the Stability and Growth Pact to allow member states to spend more in defense. This is also something you addressed in your speech. Now, I want to skip the question on the credibility of a macroeconomic governance that was approved a few months ago after very long negotiation and review that aimed at giving more flexibility and avoiding activating escape clauses at the first crisis. But let's forget that. The question is, do you think that this measure will be enough and that member states will be able to really spend enough, considering that many of them are already highly indebted and that the financial markets, as far as I know, don't have any escape clause and there could be tensions in the markets? And the second thing, do you think this is the right response, considering what you just said also about the fragmentation in defense. And the big problem that we have now is not so much the amount of expenditure, but the complete lack of interoperability, coordination, a real European defense. So don't you think that any deviation from the actual fiscal rules makes sense only for national expenditures that contribute to European projects, which in fact also means an implicit or explicit agreement of a common guarantee on the necessary funding? Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to remind the MEPs in the room that if you want to take the floor, you have to fill in this little form that is on your desk and hand it to the ushers. I will now give the floor to Adam Reuterskiöld from the Swedish Riksdagen, followed by Chrysis Pantelidis from Cyprus.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for this fruitful discussions regarding competitiveness and productivity. In my view, productivity always stems from private businesses and SMEs within the European Union. And our task is to make this as easy for them as possible. Innovation and productivity and competitiveness stems from their ability to work on an international market. Now, I don't think that large subsidies is the best way to channel funds to these companies, but rather the financial market itself. Now, there's a couple of things that we can do to improve the situation for our businesses, and one is, of course, to deregulate and make the rules easier to follow and less comprehensive. The other one is to have an efficient capital market. Now, we have a very large private savings in the European Union, but we don't have a channeling directly to companies. How can we assure that the funds of the private savings are more directed to the capital market and to the businesses themselves?
Thank you. Next speaker is Chrysis Pantelidis from the Cyprus House of Representatives, followed by Andrei Kovarik from MEP, European.
Thank you, Chair. No questions, just one remark. All the things stated by Mr. Draghi in his report and whatever he says in his interventions should be followed as an example, and we should be studying whatever he writes and says, especially those who are members of Parliament and members of the European Parliament. But most of all, we need to implement all these initiatives and proposals. If we do so, the EU will continue to lead by example in the next decades, and future generations will speak and remember the Draghi report, just like our generation remembers the Schuman Declaration 75 years on. If we do not implement them, however, the EU will cease to be an important, significant actor, and future generations will never forgive us.
Next speaker is MEP Andrei Kovarik, and he is followed by Peter Tali from Estonia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Professor Draghi, for being with us today and sharing your views stemming from your report. I can only join those commending your work in terms of having a very precise analysis of where the European Union currently stands. And I think then we might slightly differ in what should be the next steps stemming from the current situation. I think it is clear that the European Union and the economy is challenged by a number of trends and challenges, and the current situation. Huge investments are needed for going through the digital transition, through the decarbonization, but also for the security and defense spending. And I think it is clear from your report that the public funding will not be enough, and the private funding is needed. How do you see actually the general environment regarding the investment? I know that the report is proposing to move from the Capital Markets Union to Saving and Investment Union. I really hope that it's not just rebranding and changing the names, but I believe that this is also about creating a real investment and business-friendly environment in Europe by hugely deregulating and simplifying what we currently have. So I would like to know your views on how we can actually enhance this investment environment in Europe. And also, based on your report, the Commission has proposed recently the Competitiveness Compass, saying that this should be the main strategy how to enhance European competitiveness, but it doesn't really say if it's only the deregulation, because the Compass is also coming with new rules in a number of areas. So I would like to know also your views, what happened between the drafting of your report, the publication of your report, and now the publication of the Competitiveness Compass by the Commission. Is it actually what you had in mind when you were proposing the recommendations in your report to boost European competitiveness? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peter Tali from the Estonian Riigikogu. I hope I pronounced that right. Followed by Algirdas Butkevicius from Lithuania.
Thank you, distinguished chair. Yeah, absolutely perfectly. Thank you. And I will continue in Estonian. Muidugi on täiesti.
Yes, it's perfectly clear that the European Union has to set up an innovative and competition-friendly environment for all enterprises, because only then can we be competitive in relation to the United States and China. But we need to ask ourselves, do we want to play the game that the US and China are proposing, or will we be making use of our own strength? We need to focus on a smarter and less bureaucratic economic environment. But sadly, in the European Union, when you have a problem, you will just adopt new regulations. And Estonia has a very simple approach. If we have a new regulation, then we should deregulate 2 old regulations. We also need to have better reporting and less duplication, because the enterprises need to achieve economic growth and not produce new papers. And the energy attack on Russia by Russia and the energy crisis resulting thereof means that we need to have better independence. We have to have new connections, we have to have cleaner energy, but this cannot be achieved by cutting the competitivity of enterprises. And now a question to Mr. Draghi. I think you know the report of Mr. Niinisto. If you talk about innovation and economic problems, then Mr. Niinisto speaks more about the readiness that the member states have to react to crisis and their autonomy. How do you think in today's geopolitical situation, is your report even up to date, or to put it more mildly and more pleasantly, do you think that the approaches that you have and Mr. Niinisto have an overlapping part to give Europe a more competitive position and geopolitical stability? Thank you.
Speaker is Mr. Algirdas Butkevicius from the Lithuanian Seimas.
Dėkoju pirmininkė, gerbiami kolegos.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to congratulate Poland, who started presiding over the Council of the European Union in January. I would also like to thank Mr. Mario Draghi for his important contribution in identifying our weaknesses in EU and for his proposals on what should be done next. I think that today we stand against the new challenges, and they require our united efforts to ensure the European Union's global competitiveness. And Mr. Draghi has spoken about USA and China. Those are the 2 major economies, and they are putting more effort in technological and industrial sphere. Thus, this reminds us that Europe needs to act more quickly, ambitiously, and strategically. Also, we need to foresee strategically the future at the national level, local level, maybe even the European level. First, we need to invest in research and innovation, because by strengthening cutting-edge technologies, artificial intelligence and green technologies, can we ensure that the European Union will remain a leader globally? Thus, our efforts, also the EU budget and public investment, must focus on strategic areas. Second aspect, we must speak about the single market, and we cannot speak about the EU competitiveness globally without the single market aspect. We need to remove the persistent obstacles and prevent the new ones from appearing. We have spoken many times about regulatory burdens, fragmentation of the single market, poor implementation of EU regulation, and they are one of the key obstacles that also limit the EU's economic potential. Thirdly, there is also a need to protect and promote our manufacturing sector, and in particular the defense industry. We are now in the third year of the war in Ukraine, and I think it is one of the strongest signals to all of us. In 2018, I had a chance to visit China, some big industrial companies, scientific institutes. I also spoke to the representatives of authorities, and they speak about big strategic goals in AI and other fields. So I would like to ask you, are we going to hear more about the EU actions and measures that will help implement those goals on the national level? Thank you.
Next speaker is MEP Kinga Kola, followed by Patricia Kreutz-Vilvoye.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Draghi, for being with us today. The European Competitiveness Report, prepared in 2000, already highlighted the need to foster innovation, intensify training and education, and access to finance. This implied flexible labour and capital markets and the regulatory framework that enhances innovation. In the last 25 years, the EU delivered a lot of regulations in order to create the banking union and the capital markets union. However, the aim is still the same after 25 years. Fostering the EU competitiveness and innovation, have better regulation and quality jobs. We know what Europe should do. We have excellent reports on analyzing the current economic situation, and based on that, plans. But when it comes to implementation, the focus is lost. It's time to move us forward and be effective and competitive also when it comes to EU regulation and national legislation. Political decisions cannot be postponed anymore.
Thank you. Next speaker is Patricia Kreutz-Vilvoye from the Belgian Senate, followed by Ricardo Araújo from the Portuguese Assembly of Republic.
Sehr geehrte Frau
Madam President, Mr. Draghi, colleagues, I'd very much like to thank Mr. Draghi for his remarks this morning. In the unique situation of Belgium, it's a pleasure for me as President of the Regional Parliament of the German-speaking community to be representing the Belgian parliamentary delegation. It won't surprise you that I'm very pleased that in your report you stress that the Union should not just be able to act at national level, but at regional level, that we need to be able to act to reduce economic inequalities. It seems clear to me that regions are going to be important in designing measures and implementing them as part of a wider strategy on education, qualification, innovation, and competitiveness, that the regions will have to be involved. We need to ensure that regional stakeholders have a role in deciding how EU money is distributed, and we should be trying to achieve the 800 billion euros per year in investment. If regions are involved, border regions in particular can bring in ideas as to how to overcome national barriers and obstacles. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank. Nächster Redner ist Ricardo.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ricardo Araújo.
Am I speaking German? Or? You get mixed up here in the European Parliament. So, Portuguese Assembly of Republic. And after that, Barbara Köln from the Austrian National Council.
A incerteza, a concorrência.
Now, there's uncertainty, there's worldwide competition, there's uncertainty and high energy cost, regulatory barriers, bureaucracy. These are all a challenge to Europe's capacity to lead and to be sustainable and competitive. So, Mr. Draghi, your report is a kind of compass leading us into the measures we need to take, and we need to act urgently to improve competitiveness in the European Union. Supporting research and innovation, and to try and promote competitiveness, improving our collective security through investments in the defence sector, and also reducing our dependence on critical raw materials. These are all steps that we need to take along the path that you've sketched out. Our social market economy has to be strengthened and used as leverage for creating more competitiveness and productivity and generation of wealth. But to do that, we need a new European industrial policy. And that is where I'd like to hear your views, Mr. Draghi. We need to increase our productive capacity across a number of different sectors, such as the green economy, defence, the digital economy, and also traditional sectors such as clothes or shoes. Now, we need to find the ways to avoid financing similar sectors elsewhere in the world, such as in the US and Asia, but through imports. Now, many traditional European industries are subject to very demanding rules, and they lose competitiveness. They lose market share to products from third country products where their environmental, social standards do not live up to EU standards. We need to ensure that Europe's high standards are a competitive advantage and not a disadvantage. We need to have the necessary kind of balancing measures that prevent unfair competition, that ensure that we have an efficient and competitive European productive sector.
Next speaker is Barbara Köln from the Austrian National Council, followed by Waldemar Pawlak from the Polish Senate.
Thank you, Chair. Wie erhalten wir wieder...
How do we make ourselves competitive and maintain good living standards in Europe? Certainly not by doing more of the same or by applying a one-size-fits-all policy. And it won't work if we just take a further step towards a borrowing union and an indebted unit, which will Europe, which will lead to moral hazard. And instead, we need to relieve the bureaucratic red tape burden on the economy, on businesses that is generated from Brussels. We do not need better regulation, but far less regulation. We need to be relieved of the excessive financial reporting burdens, and as regards the proposals in the Draghi report are concerned, they will just lead to artificial stimulation financed by massive debt, not real growth. We will just create real European debt, and at some point we're going to have to pay that debt in euros. So a regulated economy and a competitive economy are a contradiction in terms. It is simply illogical. Professor Draghi, in his statement, said that productivity growth is key. That means we need to have a supply-oriented policy, which means deregulation and cost management, so that the economy can kickstart itself instead of being kept alive by public subsidies. That is the economy that people need, and people need to be trusted by politicians, trust in their entrepreneurship. So the leading idea is less is more, and that is what should apply to the next European budget.
Dankeschön. As you might have noticed, we have a few problems with the clock. We will now have to do that manually, and I will give you a sign when time is up. Next speaker is Waldemar Pawlak from the Polish Senate, followed by Giulio Maria Terzi di Sant'Agata from Italy.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam Chair, Professor Draghi, I would like to thank you very much for this very holistic approach to the issue of competitiveness. I would like to draw attention to two issues. The first is the question of effectiveness of regulation. In the present times, we cannot talk about deregulation and simplification because that was fine when we had full globalization. Today, we need regulations which will be a shield and a sword. On one hand, it will protect us from threats such as customs war or cyber wars, criminality, and we have hard, efficient regulation here. On the other hand, we need regulation which will cut barriers, remove obstacles, and create opportunities of development for our economy, for development of Europe. So the question is whether we should not talk about effective regulation. For instance, pan-European regulations for the entire financial market, or the technical regulations, more regulations which will establish uniform regulations of the market, and fewer directives which lead to fragmentarization of this area. Another issue, it's not only money that means success. There's also a certain agility and ability to use the existing resources in the right way. The European Union could be the host for open source. Skype and Linux were born here. We have many creative people here, and Europe could be a creator, a promoter of open source software, and which would give us an advantage for China and the United States. This issue was stressed by the entry of DeepSeek in the area of AI, and open source code allowed to develop this solution very quickly. Thank you.
Dziękuję. Next speaker is Giulio Maria Terzi di Sant'Agata from the Italian Senate. And after this, Mario Draghi will have the opportunity to give a first round of reply.
Microphone, please.
If you press the button. No, maybe it's not only the clock, but also the mic.
Oh, okay. Is it done?
Now it works.
Is it done? No. Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you. I would like to thank and express appreciation to Mr. Draghi for his report and for what he said and his updates of some of the points in his important work. These are things that show the truth of some fundamental words that have been repeated again today: speed, scale, and intensity. He referred to financial questions, to projections that the report refers to on competitiveness. But I think the key here is that it looks at how the EU needs a profound reform, and it has to do that in the next multi-annual financial framework. And I would like to emphasize the importance of topics such as the third chapter of the security and defence policy being in the medium to long-term plan. So security and defence policy, we are seeing challenges that are intensifying exponentially. and show the importance of those three words that President Draghi repeated again today. And there was also a political dimension, the cohesion, the unity of our countries in tackling these challenges. We've seen this just in recent days, including in our relations with the new American administration. Yes, there will be difficulties to overcome, but there are also infinite opportunities and areas where we can work and cooperate together. For example, look at AI. And work that's being done on the other side of the Atlantic on this topic. But above all, it's on the defence and security policy, the defence industry and how we finance that. We absolutely must overcome the obstacles, this 2.5% limit. We need to go beyond this. Mr. Draghi has said this, and Madame von der Leyen in Monaco in recent days has said that we have to work on an escape clause, and we have to do... The speaker was cut off in his last sentence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mario Draghi, and after this, my dear colleague Agnieszka Pomaska will take over the chairing.
Well, let me thank you all for this. First of all, for the welcome that most of you, perhaps all of you, made to the report. As I said at the beginning, your contribution, both national and European parliaments, have been essential. You've asked a quite broad range of questions, and I hope I'll address them all, maybe directly, maybe indirectly. The first few questions, really, if I can rephrase them, they were saying, yeah, I mean, the report is right, so we agree with you, we agree with the report, but we come from such a long past of inconclusiveness and hesitation that really we kind of find difficult to have confidence that things may change in the future, and we actually learn to be different, to take decisions quickly, effectively. The answer to this, actually there isn't an answer. The answer to this really is that we have no alternative. And we've no alternative. Think about that. The report often uses the word existential. The European Union was formed to guarantee to its citizens peace, independence, security, sovereignty, and then sustainability, prosperity, democracy, equity, and inclusion. Lots of things. Basically, it's been successful in granting all this, living on a pretty comfortable situation where rhetoric was dominant and big challenges were not really on the front. Now, this comfortable world is finished. And so we have to take stock of that and ask ourselves, do we want to defend these existential values, our European Union, for the things actually can do for us? Or we should simply leave. Leave to go where? And that's where the report really starts. The whole report is a guideline on how we can fight for our own existential values. So we must, it's not an issue whether I'm an optimist or whether one should have confidence or anything, but we must be confident. We must be optimistic. Now, I'm trying to address some specific points. One thing was raised by many of you, financing. Financing, there are several things one can say about that, but let me just make a premise. The figure of 750, 800 billion euros of investments that are needed. I said before, it's a conservative estimate. It can be bigger than that if we think there are no investments for climate mitigation and for other important objectives that are in that figure. But that figure is being estimated on things as they are today. And in that case, we do need to issue common debt. That's what the report says. And this common debt has to be, by definition, supranational, because countries don't have, well, some countries do have fiscal space, but not enough for themselves to pursue these objectives, even the largest countries. Other countries don't have fiscal space at all. But keep in mind that this is an estimate of how things stand today. Then the report says, look, if you do the reforms, this funding needs could be smaller. Which reforms? Well, we single out single market is one. Some simplification of regulation, I'll come back to this in a moment, is another. Revise also certain things about competition is another one. Capital markets change in the way I suggested before. It's very important that we do make, we are used to discuss about the capital markets union from a banking angle, because banks want to consolidate and they find it's difficult in the present situation of fragmented capital markets. But as a matter of fact, that's not the main reason why we should be concerned about capital markets change union. There are at least two reasons that come to mind. The first is to finance innovation. The reason why bank lending is not suited to finance innovation is that usually innovative projects have a long gestation period, highly uncertain returns. So it's very difficult to finance these projects through debt. And on top of that, SMEs, newly created SMEs, don't have money to service this debt. Think about the very largest companies in the digital space in the United States have not given dividends for, I don't know, many years. Take Amazon. So you need equity. To have that, by the way, we have countries in Europe that are actually doing that. In Sweden, most of the financing is provided by capital markets, 70%, and 30% is only bank lending. And other countries as well in Europe. But then, when you come to the big countries of the Germany, France, Italy, Spain, of the center of Europe, then you see the opposite. You see 70% bank lending, 30% is capital markets. So the capital market union is very important for that reason, because you want also to change the composition of financing. And then you have another reasons for that, which hasn't to do with banks necessarily. Namely, if you look at the households, the average household's wealth has been growing 3 times as fast in the United States. And if you take the stock, the situation is even worse for us. In other words, we are poorer, much poorer. But we save twice as much as they do in the United States. So we save much more and we are poorer. That's why you want to produce a situation where people can save and get a higher rate of return. Our savings go to the United States because they have a higher rate of return there. So what can we do other than try to raise the rate of return in this continent? So you see that financing and reforms are intertwined, interlinked. So what I've said time ago, speaking to, I think it was an ECOFIN meeting, I think it was before the report was finished. I mean, you say no to public debt. You say no to the single market. You say no to create the capital market union. You can't say no to everything. Otherwise, you have also to admit, to be consistent, that you are not able to deliver on the fundamental values for which this European Union has been created. So when you ask me what is best to do now, I say, I have no idea. but do something. I think another thing about the fear of creating public debt. Let me remind you another thing. If you look at the last 15, 20 years, the United States government has injected into the economy $14 trillion plus. We did 7 times less. Now, it must have produced some difference, no? And it also shows that perhaps you want to grow more. And to grow more, sometimes you need also public money. But you also need to create the conditions for private money to be productive. That's what the essence of the report is. Now, let me come to climate. The message of the report on climate is this. You want to accelerate decarbonization. Why you want to do that? Because in the end, it's the only thing that will warrant our continent independence and sovereignty over energy supply. And we've learned very painfully what it means to be dependent on someone else. And especially in a landscape where the geopolitical relationships are evolving fastly and in an uncertain way, you don't want to create really intense dependencies on a partner that may change and become your enemy tomorrow. That's the one strategic reason why you want to accelerate decarbonization. Of course, there is an overall encompassing reason that you want to fight climate change. But to do that, to accelerate decarbonization, is one other key word in the report. You've got to be aligning tools and targets. You can't force the cessation, the stop to the ICE engines, and so you tell an entire productive sector that they have to discontinue a big production line. At the same time, you don't force with equal strength the installation of chargers, and you don't create the interconnections to do that. So you have to align things. That is quite the other imperative on climate. Also, some of you have raised the social aspects of the report. The report pays a lot of attention since the very beginning to the social aspects, because it's hard to understand now, a year after the report, but when the report started, we were all under an old thinking model, basically, that was saying, oh, well, if we have to invest more, we have to cut social expenditure. And you have all this campaign elsewhere in the world saying the Europeans are overprotected. They're comfortable with their social welfare system, which is very costly, and frankly, it's not right. Well, looking at facts, we found out that actually to have a higher productivity growth, and a booming economy, you don't need to destroy the social welfare model. Again, one good example is Sweden. So that is the key starting point of the report. Namely, we want to grow more and we want to retain our social welfare model. Also because it's essential during periods of deep transitions, as the tone of the report would suggest we'll have, you need to have cohesion in the society. So it's not the good time to do these experiments, and it would go against equity, which is one other value of our European Union. Also, the report gives a lot of attention to the skills acquiring and the lifelong learning process, again, because we're going to change. The skills composition is changing, and that is also quite an aspect of the report. Many of you have raised the fact, in the sense that was what I was saying in the beginning, implementation. Implementation is essential, of course, it's essential. And especially coming, as I was saying, from such a long past of hesitation and inconclusiveness, and this sort of perhaps lack of hope. You immediately ask, but are we going to implement this? The report here says things that are known to you. To be able to implement, you've got to change our decision-making model. To do that, one thing we have to look first is, would unanimity continue to be the key leading principle of taking decisions in our union? And the report suggests that in fact shouldn't be, that we should move to a qualified majority of many areas. And my sense is that in the coming months, countries will be sort of regrouping exactly on this point, on countries that will continue defending unanimity and countries that will sort of are ready to compromise and move towards a qualified majority voting. But then the report says also that you have other ways. One is the enhanced cooperation model, which is present in our statutes. We're not creative on this. And the third is, frankly, the intergovernmental model, namely 2, 3, 4 governments agree on certain objectives and decide that they will move together, remaining open for other countries to move in. So I hope it's better to go all together. But to go all together, especially in areas like defense, foreign policy, you need a common assessment of what are the risks, or what are the trade-offs, of especially who's the enemy. You have to be all together on that. On regulation, well, there are two sets of actions there. Part of regulation is at EU level, and I think my sense is the Commission is very ready to revisit the regulation that was produced in the last few years and decide that some of it is pretty redundant, useless, actually harmful. And then in producing a new regulation, you know, the President decided to appoint, to create a new Vice President that would have this task of looking at regulation and decide what is actually useful and what is not. Or decide that new regulation could be useful, but the costs of actually implementing this regulation for firms, for people, well outweigh any benefit. But then there's another part of regulation which is at national level, and it's a lot. And that's what I said today. It's standardizing regulation. At least you want to regulate, at least be the same. Don't produce different regulations across countries all the time. Harmonize regulation and simplify at national level. So there are two levels at which this process has to be undertaken. But again, we can't say no to everything. I think I stop here. I meant to say other things, but I will say that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Draghi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Draghi. Thank you, Katrina. I will continue now. I need to remind you and ask you to stick to 90 seconds. And when you hear this, please finish. So now I give the floor to Robert Krumbach from Germany. Okay, so now Miso Krsticevic from the European Parliament from Croatia. Okay, if Mr. Krsticevic is not here, I give the floor to Laurens Dassen from the Netherlands.
Dear colleagues, we meet here today in the light of the biggest geopolitical shake-up since the founding of the European Union. And the Trump administration has made it absolutely clear. Europe, do it on your own. And we've seen before that we were not capable in Europe to show the leadership we require. And as Mr. Draghi rightfully said, if we do not speed up, then we are caught up by reality. And we cannot afford us to sleep through another wake-up call again. And the report mentions the fragmentation of the European defence industry. Let me remind you, we have 178 weapon systems, 12 different tanks, 16 different aircraft that are not able to communicate together on the battlefield. This needs to change, and we can change this. And personally, I believe we should work towards a European army. And that starts by a true European integrated defence industry, with projects being executed on a European level. And my question to Mr. Draghi is, in the report you highlight that we require 500 billion over the coming 10 years. But with the events that happened last week, with the United States saying that they are withdrawing from Europe, is this still sufficient? Have your calculations been anticipating that Europe is on its own, that we need to do it by ourselves? Have your calculation anticipated that the United States is saying, we might withdraw from Europe, and Europe, you need to work on your own safety, your own defence. And we are able to do this. But I'm asking to you, Mr. Draghi, do we need to speed up now? Do we need to show true European leadership, or have we already been caught up by the recent events? Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Paraskevas Kokolopoulos from Greece.
Dear colleagues, first it was the banks, then technological giants, now energy giants that amass wealth and profits while inequality is raging. Well, we thought that every generation would lead a better life than the previous one, but now we see that this rule is being shaken up. So now we need to take action swiftly and not stand idly by. The Draghi and Letta reports are a valuable compass. We need to generate more wealth and distribute it more equally. Of course, this is a very important set of rules and objectives, but we need to bring industry back to Europe. Then, 25 years after liberating the energy market, we see that the results are catastrophic. Energy prices did not drop, and we have also influenced and really hurt our productive bases. To conclude, yes, we can achieve the results that we want. Europe needs to move forward. Some speak of the MAGA movement. We want Europe to go ahead.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Ville Kaunisto from Finland.
Honourable Chair, thank you, Mr. Draghi. Unfortunately, the European Union grows and develops through crisis. This puts us in a passive and reactive mode, and as we can see, today's world is not made for passive players. Now we have to analyse and define what a crisis is when it comes as a lack of competitiveness and slowly paralysing amount of bureaucracy and regulation. Bureaucracy protects bureaucracy, eventually creating more bureaucracy. The need and motivation for change should not come from Russia's aggression, nor from whoever leads the United States of America, but from our willingness and drive to keep Europe the greatest continent in the future as well. This means less large state subsidies. It means encouraging legislation towards new technologies, agile movement of capital to provide a platform for growth for our SMEs, defense investments as responsible and necessary, and stronger support for Ukraine. And as Mr. Draghi said, it means action, and it means action right away. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, David Amiel from France.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Professor Draghi, for your fascinating presentation. None of us want Europe to end up like the Byzantines, who were still discussing the sex of angels on the eve of the siege of Constantinople. But when we listen to our debates, one is tempted to believe that essentially what America said last week was just a kind of a blip, and soon everything will go back to normal, and we'll be able to start talking about the capital markets union, the single market, just as we did before, at the slow pace that we were doing it before. But developments show that Trump actually puts his words into action, and that he is going to impose tariffs on Europe. He is going to fight against regulations that affect American companies, such as the DMA, the DSA. We know he's withdrawn from the Paris Agreement. We know the fiscal and regulatory policies that are going to be pursued by the United States. So if Europe doesn't wake up now, if we don't provide the financing shock that we need, if we are not able to undertake common borrowing as we did during the COVID crisis, then I think in the next weeks and months we're going to have a Munich conference every day. And I think we should bear this very much in mind. And the question I would like to ask Professor Draghi now is, in the light of the latest geopolitical developments, what are the absolute vital priorities to implement in the next few months, quarters and years in order to react to all of this?
Thank you. I give the floor to Onofrios Koula from Cyprus.
Thank you. What I would like to say is that this is an excellent report with very fair points and remedies that is even more valid today than it was a few months ago. But what history teaches us is that very few things are actually implemented compared to what should have been completed, because usually we stumble upon the lack of political will or political interest. In my country, Cyprus, we have a very robust banking sector. We have financial surplus. Our sovereign debt is about 60%. Our economy is growing, but still we are quite against taking new financial risk or new common competences, because it might be against our interests. But this is the mistake that we usually make, that we undermine the value and importance of all of us having a robust and competitive European economy. And if we all realize this, I believe that we will be able to find the political will to achieve all of the points made in this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Teresa Maria Belmonte from Spain.
Buenos días.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Draghi once again has set out the challenges that we face as European nations to be competitive now and in the future, facing a large level of uncertainty. Here we see the need for macroeconomic coordination and competitiveness as a key factor in the post-2027 MFF. How can member states adapt to the needs that we've spoken about to ensure greater commitment and cohesion and better use of our own resources? And how can the Spanish government actively participate if it can't guarantee this in Spain? We've seen 7 years of government and 3 budgets have been adopted. We need, and they have not been able to ensure better competitiveness through the use of next generation funds. We need a fairer and more digital economy. We know how much has been invested, but the truth is that there is no more wealth or jobs. It's just people who are in poverty and experiencing social inclusion. You also talked about the social convergence framework. This will be focused largely on employment and linked to AI. This is, if we look at the currently Spanish government, we see the worst unemployment rates in recent years, particularly for young people. We don't have any Spanish companies that are leaders when it comes to technology. Finally, uncontrolled inflation and the current fiscal policies of our executive are no longer able to contribute to the common European fund that we've heard so much about in recent days. So finally, Spain can't continue to lose competitiveness, which will put at risk our shared peaceful, prosperous area. Spain can't move at a slower pace than its European partners. In the international context, there are well-founded doubts about whether we can meet the commitments that have been taken under the MFF. I'm finishing. Thank you. So to improve competitiveness for the whole of Europe, we need to introduce... The speaker has been cut off.
I have to cut off your time. The next speaker is John Svedin from Sweden.
Tack, fru ordförande.
Thank you very much, Madam President. A lot has been said about what Europe has to do in the Draghi report, but how will the EU Commission ensure that EU industrial policy and trade policy, including initiatives like the Green Deal Industrial Plan, do not end up distorting competition by steering investments and imposing regulations rather than strengthening free trade and European companies' global competitiveness? Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Rein Epler from Estonia.
Madam Chair, Mr. Draghi, you are a proponent of bigger centralization. As you said today, we should act more as one state, but I would challenge you on that. If I look at the history, then Europe did pretty well in comparison to US, for example, until 93 when Maastricht Treaty took effect, and which was a clear step towards more centralization. Since then, the gap with global competitors has been widening. The other issue is the decarbonization, the net zero Green Deal and other policies that, in my strong opinion, are the economical dead ends. So on top of the EU trying to regulate itself, its economy to a halt, in terms of energy policy, which is the basis of modern economy, we are now trying to also kill our economy. So I would say we need to thoroughly review our hostility towards fossil fuels, and looking into the longer future, we need to put a lot of energy behind developing nuclear energy in Europe. So now, as we are in the crossroads and we need a lot of funding for defense ourselves, we should start moving to fix our economies. Thank you.
Thank you. I pass the chair to Mr. Tomasz Grodzki. Now we have 10 more speakers.
Okay, so I will give the voice to Mrs. Biruta Vesante from Lithuania, please.
Today, like never before, we live in the period of instability and unpredictability. Therefore, peace in Europe is #1 priority. If we have peace and security, only then we can talk about strategic autonomy of Europe. This is what Mario Draghi says in its report, and as well in the EU competitiveness compass by the Commission. Therefore, I call everybody to be leaders in the national parliaments so that peace and security prevails in Europe. Sustainable economic growth and development diminishes differences between regions. However, after 30 years of the creation of the single market, we are not yet using its full potential. We have to decide on what our priorities are and better coordinate national policies aimed at increasing productivity. Deregulation, development of new technologies. By doing all this, we should always remember our European people and their living standards so that they don't get worse. The competitiveness of Europe, to achieve this, we need energy and well-developed transport, energy and other networks, as well as their efficient links, so the different geographical territories and producers are linked.
Because of time frame, and we have to prepare some time for Professor Draghi for closing remarks. Next speakers will get 60 seconds, 1 minute, and it's adoption of the European Parliament rules. So please follow 60 seconds. And next speaker is Ana Sofia Antunes from Portugal.
Mr. President.
President Mario Draghi. Well, we don't have much time. I'll go straight to the questions. We're facing a big challenge. We're moving on to the negotiations for the next multi-annual financial framework, and we need to find answers to the challenges we face. We've got the cohesion funding, there are joint support mechanisms, and we need to ensure that we focus on support for defense. Technological innovation seems to be forgotten about. Of course, defense is important, but I think the common instruments could be more clearly focused on our reindustrialization and innovation. We really need to think about this very carefully in the coming MFF. Second question, when it comes to employment policies, how can we have technological innovation if we don't also think about our welfare state and our employment policies? We have to have a vision for our new generations. We need to ensure that jobs and social welfare are guaranteed, but they never really are. So maybe we need to rethink how we can change our qualification structure so that populations are ready for new technologies.
Antonius, the next speaker is Tom Vedic from Luxembourg.
Thank you. We are talking a lot about technical details on how to improve our productivity. But the key missing element, I think, is the following. Why is the US outperforming us on innovation? Because they inspire. And I tell you what inspires young minds, what inspires brilliant minds. They see Starship, the biggest bloody rocket ever being captured by mechanical arms. Wow, that's cool, that's inspiring. What is not inspiring is the top technological innovation of the EU in 2024. This plastic bottle where the top doesn't get off. That is not inspiring, it is annoying. Young brilliant minds want to work for Elon Musk's SpaceX, but not for the EU bottle. And they also don't like to click on the accept all cookies when getting on a new website. We need to stop this nonsense. We should take Vice President J.D. Vance's speech to heart. The real threat to Europe is within Europe. We need to change, we need to inspire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Andreas Minich from Austria.
Danke, Herr Vorsitzender.
Thank you very much, President. Mr. Draghi. Colleagues. Europe has to step up a gear. That must be the big message we're getting for these 2 days. 13,500 new regulations have been passed over the last 5 years. Over the other side of the pond, the corresponding American figure is 3,500. So you can see very clearly what we're getting wrong in Europe. We have to get our companies ready to face the future, and to do that we have to reduce bureaucracy, fewer regulations, fewer laws. Let's give our companies, especially our small and medium-sized companies, the peace to do their job. Let's reduce bureaucracy and reduce taxation. If you look at the US, they've got a 21% corporate tax rate. Many of our countries in Europe are well above that. Yes, we need good conditions for our railways and shipping sectors, but we also need to have an independent energy market where we can get cheap energy for our companies and our economy. In America, they're paying 5 times less for energy. There are big tasks ahead of us, but we do need to have a joint defense policy. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mrs. Elisa Spiropali from Albania. And please stay within the time frame because we need time for Professor Draghi for closing remarks. The next speaker will be Miroslav Petrasinovic from Serbia. Is present.
Draghi, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Today I have the honor and responsibility on behalf of the Republic of Serbia to talk about one of the most important subjects for the Europe, to talk about improving our economy and its position. The European Union, as one of the greatest places in the world, must stay in a game of global surroundings which is changed so fast. Serbia, led by our President Aleksandar Vučić, has been showing throughout many years to talk as a solid partner of the European Union in these processes. Leading strong changes, attracting investments, innovations and investing in innovations and infrastructural solutions, we proved we can be a partner to a stronger and better Europe. The only market is the foundation of the European integration, is its strength. Serbia proved that it can be an economical leader in the region. regional initiative, Open Balkans, which was done with our partners, is an example how economical obstacle can be removed, as well as how open market can make profit to the citizen and the economy. Serbia is a candidate for the European Union membership, is strongly for economy European project. Therefore, we will continue to build change reforms, we will continue to build strong economy, innovations and new and modern technologies, because it is long route for the Serbia route towards modern, successful and developed Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Madam Krystyna Skowrońska from Poland.
Trafna diagnoza, o czym mówią wszyscy Państwo na tej sali.
It's a very correct diagnosis, as everyone here has underlined, but the question is how much time do we have to achieve this competitiveness? And I think it's very important to integrate national policies with the European one. We need a map, we need a strategy. And when it comes to the weak and strong sides indicated in this report, that is a very important thing. The energy prices and the risk related thereto. And I think we should talk about this, because this report underlines the competitiveness of the member states. Banking models should work out, but we need also economic models. In Poland, we have already started the process of deregulation, but now the question is about pace. We need to sprint, we need to beat the world record and win with the American economy. All the best.
Dziękuję bardzo. Next speaker is Mr. Reinhard Hoben from Bundestag from Germany. No, he is not here. Okay. So
he's there, but he doesn't want to speak.
Okay. So the next one is Madame Jolanta Hibner from the Polish Senate. 1 minute, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the coming plan for the European Union should cover competitiveness, but also take into account the innovation policy. It will be possible through the common market, which will support implementation of the best legal regulations without improving competitiveness and innovativeness. The European market will be flooded by Chinese products, especially it will be seen in the area of new technologies. The only response to this threat is strengthening our own industry through cheap energy and using modern technologies, which will be developed here by our scientific research centers. It will be good to verify the European patent system to shorten the time necessary to implement patents of our inventors. The key element for innovation is full security in using AI in Europe. Recently, we had a huge growth of use of AI in everyday life of European and global citizens. The EU has to guarantee security from AI through implementation of full controls and monitoring and the broad spectrum of its use. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you. And the next is Mrs. Danica Baličević from Hrvatski Sabor from Croatia.
Hvala lijepa, zahvaljujem.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Draghi, colleagues. Croatia strongly supports the efforts to reduce the administrative burden, especially for SMEs. We think that the reduction of administrative costs is key if we want to ensure that the benefits really bring, that the reforms really bring benefits. Croatia also supports the use of artificial intelligence in the regulatory process, because a more transparent assessment of regulations is done better with the use of AI-driven tools. Artificial intelligence can carry out the automated analysis of the regulations, assess the impact, and optimize the regulatory interventions in real time. This is particularly useful for SMEs. And Croatia has already taken significant steps. It is already implementing the national program for cutting red tapes. Thank you.
And now, Mr. Jerome Caruana from Malta.
Good morning, Chair, Professor Draghi. I will be speaking in my mother tongue, Maltese. Ninsabu f'mument.
We are now in a very decisive moment for the European Union because economic challenges are changing constantly. The United States and China are galloping ahead in technology and especially in the use of AI. We've heard how in recent years Europe has not remained as competitive as it once was, and this impacts all countries in the European Union, especially Malta. Mr. Draghi's report shows us clearly how important it is to take action now, and it tells us that without decisive steps, Europe is going to keep lagging behind with regards to well-being, energy and its own autonomy. An important element in the report is to bridge the innovation gap. We need to tie in research to sectors like AI and quantum computing. To conclude, our competitiveness must depend on an industrial strategy that is coherent. We need to strengthen our own strategic autonomy because we've been hearing about this for a long time. So now it's time to move from words to action.
Unfortunately, last speaker, because due to the commitments of Professor Draghi, we have to give him voice right now. So the last speaker for 1 minute is Mr. Baki Ersoy from Turkey.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to salute you with my deepest regards, all the participants. I would like to thank Mr. Draghi. Our world is encountering a difficult crisis. We need global and regional cooperation. Turkey is a candidate country to European Union and is a member of NATO. And Turkey is a strategic country in global trade. The customs union between Turkey and the European Union should be updated and modernized. Turkish industry has over 80% of local contribution in industrial production. Turkey has the potential to assume a lot of industrial responsibility within Europe. Our humanitarian activities in Ukraine and Middle East are our positive contributions to world peace. Syria, rebuilding of a democratic Syria is important, and we have to work together for that. And we would like to keep the peace in Gaza. Gaza land is not a property to be developed. It is the land of the Gaza people. And a strong cooperation between European Union and Turkey is very important for the world as in large. Thank you.
And now it's time to give the floor to Mr. Draghi for closing remarks, and followed by the concluding remarks by Ms. Katarina Barley. Professor Draghi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me first thank, in these concluding remarks, let me thank the Vice President of the European Parliament, Ms. Barley, and Ms. Pomaska, who's the Chair of the EU Affairs Committee of the Republic of Poland, and Mr. Grodzki, the Chairman of the EU Affairs Committee of the Senate of the Republic of Poland. Three brief remarks about the interventions that have followed my previous statement. First has to do with climate. Some of you said, but isn't it negative for growth? That's one key question that the report addresses. Is decarbonization negative for growth? The report says no, it doesn't have to be negative for growth. It can be positive for growth, because in the end it will lower price of energy and that will contribute to growth. But if the tools are not aligned, then the decarbonization process stalls and growth stalls at the same time. That's why I keep on saying we have to bring forward lower prices, lower energy prices. That's an essential ingredient for growth. But more generally, what I would suggest on this is abandon ideology and take an approach that is carbon neutral and stay with facts. And the facts are two. One is to cut emissions, do things that cut emissions. And the second thing is you want to achieve independence, energy independence. That's the main route for Europe to become really sovereign on energy. But we have to bring forward lower energy prices now. The second point has to do with some observations about the decision-making. I'm not suggesting a centralization necessarily. I'm suggesting that we should be able to do things together, as if we were one state. Now, whether this is will require centralization or not, well, that depends on the democratic legitimacy, basically, of what we want to do. But we can do things together. Why do we have to do things together? Well, it's pretty clear that the scale of the problems, someone was saying, oh, after all, this country, our country, my country has done very well until a certain point in time. Well, we are not at that point in time now. We are, 30 years later after the Maastricht Treaty. So we are in a different situation when the scale of the problems way overcome the size of our countries. If you look at defense, look at climate, look at innovation, look at even research, there is a lot someone said very nicely that we have to create inspiration for our young researchers. There is a lot in the report about that, what to do about that. But it cannot be only a nation problem. Now the problems have become bigger, and the competition is way bigger than we are. So, in concluding, I have thanked you for the contribution to the report. The report was published in early September, and last time I addressed the European Parliament, I basically outlined the main lines of the report. Today, 5 months later, we discussed what do we get out of this discussion? That what is in the report is even more urgent than it was 5 months ago. But that's it. I hope that next time, if you'll invite me, we can discuss about what's been done, effectively done. And I think to do that, that's a very difficult situation now. We have our own values, we have differences of views, but it's not time to emphasize these differences now. Now it's time to actually stress the fact that we have to work together, stress what puts us in common, and what I believe puts us in common are the founding values of the European Union. And we got to hope and we got to work for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear President Draghi, for everything that you contributed today, and also, of course, the report itself, and also for this European wake-up call, let's put it this way, that you gave us in the end. Now, this concludes the first panel of today's program of the European Parliamentary Week. On behalf of the European Parliament, I thank all of you, especially, of course, my Polish colleagues and co-chairs. And I would like to invite you now for a coffee break of 30 minutes. We meet again at 12:15 here. The coffee break will take place in the foyer of the hemicycle just outside these doors. Thank you, and see you in a minute.
Let's be together.
Maybe because nothing had the machine. There is no.
So, dear colleagues, we would like to start with the second session of the plenary. If you would kindly take your seats. So, dear colleagues, we can now open the second plenary session and the last part, unfortunately already, of this year's European Parliamentary Week. We had this extremely fruitful discussions in all the sessions so far, including the 3 interparliamentary committee meetings. This last session brings us to the topic of the first national plans under the revised economic governance framework, lessons learned. The implementation of the European Union's newly reformed economic governance framework represents one of the most significant changes in how we manage our collective fiscal responsibilities. As representatives of both the national parliaments and the European Parliament are gathered here today, we have a unique opportunity to examine the first concrete steps in the implementation of this ambitious reform. The timing of our discussion could not be more pertinent. 9 months after the framework's entry into force, we are witnessing its first real test through the submission and assessment of national fiscal structured plans. This is not merely an administrative exercise. It is a fundamental shift in how we approach economic coordination in our union, moving away from one-size-fits-all towards a more nuanced, country-specific approach. The early results are noteworthy. 22 member states have submitted their plans, 21 have received council endorsements, and 5 member states have opted for extended adjustment periods. Yet, equally important are the challenges we have identified. From ensuring genuine parliamentary oversight to maintaining transparency in technical discussions between national authorities and the Commission. At its core, this new framework embodies our collective commitment to combine fiscal responsibility with the flexibility needed to address the future challenges. The way we implement these plans will determine not just our fiscal trajectories, but our ability to invest in green and digital transitions, strengthen social resilience, and enhance our defence capabilities. The experience of these first months has raised important questions about democratic accountability, the role of national parliaments, and the involvement of independent fiscal institutions. Only 13 out of 22 member states have presented their plans to their national parliaments, a statistic that deserves our attention as we consider how to strengthen parliamentary involvement in future cycles. Today, we have the opportunity to draw important lessons from this first implementation phase and to consider how we can enhance the framework's effectiveness while ensuring proper democratic oversight. Our distinguished speakers will help us navigate these complex issues and identify concrete ways to improve the process going forward. I am very pleased to co-chair this session with Mrs. Sofia Czernow, Deputy Chair of the Committee on Public Finances of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland, and, like the session before, Tomasz Grodzki, Chairman of the EU Affairs Committee of the Senate of the Republic of Poland. So I would like to give the floor now to my co-chair, Mr. Tomasz Grodzki.
Okay. Madam Chair, dear colleagues, dear members of the European Parliament and dear members of the national parliaments, let me already express my great satisfaction with the course and outcomes of our two-day debates, because it's clear that everybody expects changes, rapid changes, and acceleration. I hope that for an equally engaging discussion in this final session will bring new initiatives as well. Before we proceed to the discussion, however, please allow me to make a brief comment. At the core of a revised economic governance framework is the requirement for member states to submit medium-term fiscal structural plans covering a 4 to 7 year horizon. Practical implementation of the new economic governance framework is an ongoing process, and we are learning by doing, particularly in this turbulent time. Let us consider what the main challenges are and what conclusions can be drawn from the dialogue between the Member States and the Commission. Thank you, and I wish you a constructive exchange of views. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Tomasz. And with this, I would like to pass the floor on to Sofia Ciano.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo.
President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome all of the participants of this conference. I would like to welcome our experts who will discuss these important matters. We will be talking about the conclusions that we can draw from the economic governance framework. We will be talking about competitiveness on various levels, from the global to the regional one. We've heard a lot about these topics already. Today, I would like to underline that one of the priorities of the Polish presidency is a better regulation in order to support the competitiveness of the EU. We make a lot of efforts in this area in order to simplify the EU regulations, including the elimination of unnecessary rules, incoherent rules, or those that are of too much burden. I believe that we should review the current regulations in order to decrease the burden on the participants of the market. Our experience with the RRF has shown that EU funds and policies can be implemented quicker and in a more flexible way. They can react better to the current challenges, stimulating growth in spite of crises. Thank you very much, and I hope we will have a very fruitful debate.
Thank you so much, dear co-chairs. I would now like to introduce the four speakers, the experts, and give them the floor for short introductory remarks. And I would like to start with Mr. Alberto Fonseca, member of the Budget, Finance and Public Administration Committee, Portuguese Assembleia da República. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President, members of the European Parliament and members of national parliaments, panelists. I'd like to start by welcoming the initiative to hold the current debate on the reform of the economic governance framework. It's a good, timely moment to look at this, and I have the opportunity to share with you the Portuguese example. Well, we have inherent challenges in changing the government framework, but in the Portuguese case, we also had legislative elections in March 2024, and the Portuguese chose a change of government, and that meant that we had limited opportunities for interacting and consulting the various different internal and external bodies in making our medium-term fiscal structural plan. So we were nevertheless one of the few countries who received a formal opinion from an independent institution, the Board of Public Finances, and the Portuguese government was keen to receive that. There was also a lot of uncertainty, but the Council of Public Finances validated the macroeconomic scenario contained in the plan. Nevertheless, we were one of the countries that discussed the plan in the national parliament But the debate was influenced by the change of paradigm. The rules have changed, and not everyone has assimilated those new rules fully. There was a lot of confusion when it came to concepts, and that damaged the quality of the public debate. We think that in the future we will need to ensure that these new concepts are shared by all. The budgetary framework law is currently being reviewed in Portugal, and alongside other changes, we want to ensure that the upcoming plans will be presented to the Parliament before presentation to the Commission, which was not possible this time round. So what about the lessons learned? I'll just pick out 3 points. First of all, we were very pleased with the flexibility given to Member States to put together their first plans. This reform replaced a very complicated set of rules. It makes the system more flexible and better adapted to the specific situation of each country. That's very positive. We suggest that we should maintain this flexibility, particularly in looking at how the rules are applied, and we should also look into how to improve them. Then simplification. We're replacing multiple budgetary objectives with one single indicator, which is the trajectory of net expenditure. Well, simplification is a good thing, but it brings with it challenges. You can't really include all of the objectives in a single indicator without affecting the result. Thirdly, we think it was very good to have a technical dialogue with the Commission, and their approach was fair and constructive. So, as a conclusion, we suggest that flexibility and dialogue should prevail over mere simplification. There are some opportunities and aspects that could be improved. We feel that the estimates for potential growth should better reflect the economic circumstances in each member state. If you look at Portugal, the estimates for the aging of the population meant that the estimate for potential growth was very low and not very realistic. The estimates have been excessively pessimistic in recent years, and that had a negative impact on the net expenditure estimates, which has a limit, imposes a limit on how much can be spent. So the forecasts have to reflect real-time dynamics, changes in the labour markets, for example, and recent migratory flows and gains in productivity. If you don't take into account all of these factors, then the full margin for expenditure is not used, and that has an impact on the room available for investment. Another important aspect is the link between macroeconomic forecasts and estimates of potential growth. We consider it's important to maintain estimates of potential growth properly anchored in the national macroeconomic scenario, at least in the first years of the plan. That's important if we're going to determine the right targets and strategies for the budget. To conclude, we think that this process of presenting the first plan was positive on the whole, given all of the challenges that are inherent in a reform of this depth. Simplification was positive, but flexibility and technical dialogue were essential for the success of the first experience. We hope that we continue along the same path to rise to future and current challenges. We need to ensure that we have enough room for reinforcing expenditure in defence. One thing that has been discussed a lot in recent days, of course, is this increase in extra defence expenditure. And this will have to be subject to an exception or a reduction in impact when it comes to the net expenditure objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would now like to introduce the second speaker, which is Adam Reuterskiöld, member of the Committee on Industry and Trade of the Swedish Riksdag. Please, you also have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Deputy Chair of the European Parliament, the co-chair from the Republic of Poland, colleagues from national parliaments everywhere, and ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm honored to be presenting the Swedish perspective on the European Union's evolving fiscal framework. I will be focusing on the process of developing a national fiscal framework since it's been in place in Sweden for many years. In an ever-changing world, it's more important than ever to stand united with a force that many countries joined together can share. With the upcoming trade issues that hampers the goal of more global trade, and with the increased security issues in and around Europe, a stable financial framework that everyone agrees on and follows is a must. This includes our unwavering support of Ukraine. Sweden has a strong public finance, low government debt and stable economy. Sweden is and has always been a friend of maintaining national control over economic policies, while also adhering to the common EU framework that promotes stability and sustainability of public finances. Sweden supports a clear and predictable rule that prevents excessive debt and deficits, but also values flexibility for national economic differences as well as unexpected economic challenges. Sweden follows a well-established national fiscal policy framework, which includes a surplus target, an expenditure ceiling, and a debt anchor. The surplus target has, however, proposed to be changed for a balanced target in 2027. The independent fiscal institution, the Swedish Fiscal Policy Council, has been in place since 2007 and is considered to be very independent. The Council's main objective is to review and assess the extent to which the fiscal economic policy objectives proposed by the government, decided by the Parliament, are being achieved. Annually, we arrange an open hearing in the Parliament on the Council's annual report, and the Council's chairman as well as the Minister of Finance are among participants in this open meeting. Sweden has maintained an ongoing and fruitful communication between the Parliament and the government throughout the process in developing the new EU framework. This dialogue has ensured transparency and broad political support. Since the adaptation of the new EU framework, the government has consulted with both the Committee on Finance and the Committee on European Union Affairs multiple times, and before submitting the national plan under the revised economic governance framework in October 2024. Sweden's case, the plan is set for 2025 to 2028. The plan also is incorporated in the government's budgetary bill for 2025. In January of this year, Sweden was one of the 20 countries, member states that received an approval by the Commission and thereafter the Council. What is the reason for the work that we do with the common framework, and how can all member states in the European Union benefit? Well, here I would like to be a little bit personal and maybe philosophical. I'm a farmer. My main purpose in life is to leave my farm better to my children and my grandchildren than it was when I got the farm. To take the financial responsibility for the joint fiscal framework will be the foundation for all our children's, for Europe's future. The unity within the Europe is our strength, and all countries will promote peace and unity rather than diversion and hostility. We have a number of challenges ahead of us with the energy system, with the productivities, but together we can make this work. I have 4 key factors for success that we've achieved in Sweden when it comes to the fiscal framework. And the first one is broad political agreement on the framework. This framework is stable over time, regardless of which parties are in power. Transparency and clear process. We have an independent council that is making sure that we're following the rules. We have strict follow-up on the framework. Every budget is strictly follow-up. And the long-term goals and targets are being met throughout this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Massimo Suardi, Director at the European Commission. Mr. Suardi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
and thank you for inviting the Commission to this panel. So the new governance framework was adopted only in April 2024, and it was, as it has been already recalled, a major overhaul of EU economic governance. And the ultimate aim is not different from the previous framework. We're still aiming at sound public finances and sustainable inclusive growth, knowing that sound public finances are a prerequisite for that. Now, I think what we are discussing today is the first, let's say, stock taking on the implementation of the plan. But I would start by saying that it has been really a collective success and a major achievement that we are where we are today, with 22 out of 27 medium-term plans already submitted and assessed by the Commission and by the Council. I mean, this has been a big effort, both from the national administrations and from the Commission, and it was really important to avoid a vacuum in surveillance. So, I mean, I think we are at the stage where we can draw some preliminary insight, and I would mention 4. I mean, the first one, which I found very encouraging, is that the framework is considered to be credible. I would say it's considered to be credible both by the public, the national authorities, but also by financial market. So I think they move towards something that is more risk-based, more oriented towards the medium term, and with better counter-cyclical properties than the previous framework has been generally welcome and a progress in the way we do fiscal surveillance. The key element here is that what results from this framework is more gradual and realistic adjustment where these are needed. The second point is that we wanted to improve via this reform also the quality of public finances. So essentially, I mean, to keep it very, very simple, we wanted to avoid that the fiscal consolidation will come at the expense of investment. Investment in the many priorities that we face. And I think this is what we are seeing in the data, also in the perspective for 2025. It is due to the feature in the framework that I don't have time to spend much time on, but that give incentives to reforms and investment, indeed to get a more gradual fiscal adjustment. So we expected that also in 2025, investment will continue to be higher than in the past. And of course, there is a contribution that comes also from EU funds that are still being deployed, including from the Recovery Resilience Facility. The third point, and this is, it was something that was again a very important objective of the reform, was national ownership. I think this has already been touched upon, and I'm very glad to have heard positive remarks in this direction. Here, I mean, one point that I would like to stress is that as I said, this is more risk-based framework that wants to foster national ownership, but that means also being more tuned to the macro-fiscal conditions in each member states. But at the same time, we need to have a very strong, let's say, common also framework around this to allow for multilateral surveillance and especially to allow for equal treatment of all member states. And there is a balance that we have tried to find, but of course doesn't look perfect to anybody, because of course for each member state, not all the requests for a specific national treatment could be accommodated within the context of a common methodology. Final point is on the political ownership that has been discussed, including consultation of the stakeholders, including the role of national parliaments, including the role of independent fiscal institutions. I just want to be very clear that this is something that from the Commission side we fully support and we consider very important for the long-term success of this framework. There are certain limitations in the legislation itself that are also due to the legitimate respect of national competences in this area. So, of course, the legislation cannot impose, for instance, that the plan is approved by national parliaments, just to give an example. But this is something that we strongly encourage to have a proper debate in national parliaments is something that we strongly encourage from the Commission perspective. And the same goes for giving an important role to independent fiscal institutions at the national level. So let me stop here because I see I already consumed my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the final panelist is Mr. Roel Beetsma, former member of the European Fiscal Board. Mr. Beetsma, you have the floor.
Thank you for inviting me to contribute here. I think that the revised fiscal framework is an improvement upon the previous one. It sets clear goals in terms of debt sustainability, investments and reforms. All matters that are very urgently needed. It's an improvement to have one intermediate target, that is the net primary expenditure path, that has less problems with observability than the structural balance. It can be better measured. It is more readily under control of the government, and it allows for implicit stabilization. That is, revenue surprises do not affect the path of net primary expenditures. A good thing is also a differentiation across countries by debt or deficit reduction requirement. I think that is more realistic. In the previous form of the Stability and Growth Pact was unrealistic in that respect. And it is medium-term oriented, as was already said. Now, the system is not perfect yet, but I think the first signs are encouraging. But the proof of the pudding is, of course, in the eating, and we will see how it plays out in the near future. But it is crucial that the Commission and the Council be tough from day one for the credibility of the system. So to demonstrate a commitment to sustainable debt dynamics, and to avoid that there is an impression that the new framework is the result of just, weak past enforcement. So credibility is of the essence. But there are also some missed opportunities, in my view. One is that the revision of the framework could have been a moment to strengthen the role of the independent fiscal institutions. And the Commission made proposals for that, but unfortunately, I should say, these have not, or they have materialized only to a very small extent. What is also missing, but I can see why that was politically very difficult to achieve, is a central fiscal capacity that would be devoted to financing European public goods. Think, for example, of defense spending, which I think needs urgently to be more centralized, and also in terms of policy needs to be more centralized. I'm not sure that the new system is simpler than the previous one. I think that's a little bit of a matter of taste, but maybe simplicity should also not be a primary objective. The system leaves, two of the goals of the new, of the revised framework are, of course, reforms and investments. That is a good thing, but I'm not sure that this goes far enough. I think the collective investment needs will be enormous in the coming years, as was also argued by Draghi in his report, and there will, of course, be a lot of need for public investments. And as I was already mentioning, part of the public investments would need to be done from the central level, in my view. Why? Because of economies of scale. And so think of defense spending, where you would want to avoid duplications, but you want to avoid blind spots, etc. For example, infrastructures. Two other things that I think policymakers would be advised to look at is that in the coming years, many countries need to reduce their public debt, so their net primary expenditure growth will be below potential growth in order to correct the debt, and that may put downward pressure on demand, which might require the ECB to accommodate its stance. And finally, for those who are, have looked into the revised framework more carefully, the nominal path of the net primary expenditures is set in advance. And we are talking about periods of 4 to 7 years, during which actually the effects of a preset path may weigh quite heavily on net demand, or maybe developments will be such over such a long period that spending will be too low or too high, and so it is important to closely monitor these spending dynamics. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we will now start the debate, and I might remind you of a few housekeeping points. Each intervention should be limited to 1 to 2 minutes, there is interpretations available in 23 EU languages plus Turkish. And again, I would invite you who wants to take the floor to fill in these forms, these speaking cards that you find, or otherwise please ask the ushers and give them to the ushers once you fill them. So the first person who has requested the floor is David Amiel from the French Assemblée Nationale, and he will be followed by Pauli Aalto-Setälä. No, okay, David Amiel is not present or non-willing. No problem. We start with Pauli Aalto-Setälä, and the next one will be Jérôme Caruana-Cilia.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, kiitos erinomaisista alustuksista.
Thank you for excellent speeches so far. Professor Draghi was emphasizing competitiveness and urgent need to increase investments, especially to counter climate change, artificial intelligence, so on. Earlier, Ursula von der Leyen has said that we are not giving up on our green transition. I think the tax breaks and proposals on them is very good. The EU benefits from decarbonisation economically and as regards security. We need to talk more about security. Energy is a base for our security, and we need to change the framework in that. Trade policy and energy policy has become a weapon in trade policy. We have to also defend our interests. We need especially investments in military defence. We have to be able to work more swiftly, more simply. It's worth reading President Niinistö's report. We know what we are talking about. I'm referring to our location in Finland next to Russia. We have to concentrate on defence, and we have to concentrate on Ukraine and countries around Russia where tanks would reach first. Von der Leyen said Friday to activate the general clause in the stability agreement. This has been done before. I would like to remind you all that Russia is having an economy of war. They use more than 462 billion a year for their defence. I'm saying this very straight. If you want peace, be prepared for war.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is Jérôme Caruana-Cilia, followed by Ivica Mesic. from Malta, I forgot to say. Jérôme Caruana is not
No,
there?
no, I already spoke during the previous meeting.
Okay, great. So then we'll have Ivica Mesic from the Croatian Parliament.
Dear hosts, colleagues, reaching an agreement on the new economic governance framework represents an important turning point in terms of coordinating our economic policies. The framework will increase debt sustainability of member states while promoting sustainable and inclusive growth. When it comes to the experience of Croatia in preparing the plan, we can say that the time frame was very demanding. The government had to prepare several important documents in a very short period of time. And the situation was all the more difficult because these documents could not have been prepared beforehand because of the benchmark revision of the data for GDP that was available only in October 2024. The benchmark revision resulted in a significantly higher nominal GDP for 2023 and the first 2 quarters of 2024, which led to changes in our official macroeconomic and fiscal projections. Moreover, the scope of changes of the data concerning GDP also affected the technical information received from the EC on the 21st of June 2024, and it took some time for us to consider the consequences of those changes for our fiscal goals. Despite all these challenges, the government of Croatia was able to prepare simultaneously all these documents. And I would like to stress that we need more time to prepare for the new plan and new methodologies. And we also need detailed workshops. This is especially important for us as a small member state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Arenales Serrano from the Spanish Senate, followed by Aki Linden.
Buenos días.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. We're talking about a very important topic here, governance. And talking about governance, we're of course talking about the objective of stability. And talking about stability, we have to talk about social convergence. For us, the best social policy is to create jobs. Therefore, I would ask the EU and other member states to apply common standards. In my country, Spain, what we're seeing is that we're seeing a nomenclature which is discontinued workers. And this means that people who only work 1 month out of the year, they're classed as people who work all year round. They're called interrupted jobs. Last year, we saw that we were 10 points above the rest of the EU in unemployment, and it's particularly bad when it comes to youth unemployment. So we're talking about a single market, we're talking about capital markets union, a banking union. So at the very least, we have to have common criteria. Spain is the 5th largest economic power in Europe, but we're seeing a great deal of social inequality. So we have to apply standards to all countries which are equal. And this is important for governance, and it's important, of course, for Europe because of the weight that Spain holds, and it will, of course, be important for Spain also.
Aki Linden from the Finnish Parliament, followed by Maris Sprinchus.
Madam Chair, the Finnish Parliament had a discussion of the Finnish plan of the revised economic governance framework in September. And on the 10th of October, our government accepted the plan. There are 3 main reasons why this is a hard challenge for Finland. First, our economic growth has been poor during the last 2 years. Second, our debt ratio is increasing when it should be decreasing. Third, the surplus of our strong funds for pensions cannot anymore be calculated in the debt ratio. And one more huge challenge is that our aging of our people is one of the fastest in Europe, and our birth rate is rapidly decreasing. As you may know, we have 1,300 kilometers border with Russia. My colleague Pauli already talked about this as a challenge. We have doubled our spending in defence during the 3 years, and we are now a member of NATO. Many important restructurings have been prepared and is going under the implementation. I mentioned some. The new governmental structure and way of financing our healthcare, the new employment model and policy, the new agreement of balancing the finance of pensions, and many others. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maris Sprintjuks from the Latvian Parliament, followed by Alexandra Tomic from Serbia.
I'd like to bridge a previous discussion about European competitiveness and discussion now about fiscal framework and national governance frameworks. Europe is good at doing things right, but we are not always good at doing the right things. America and China is innovating while Europe is regulating. Yes, we have been successful in regulating and over-regulating, but we have lost momentum in our economics. Now, having the new challenge with peace in Europe, with America, new foreign policy backing away from Europe, we need to invest more money in defense. And this is our opportunity also economically. We should focus our resources and also ease our fiscal frameworks for defense spending and to allow our businesses to invest more in defense. If our businesses will feel insecure, there will be no investment or there will be delayed investment in all sectors. We should understand it and finally do the right thing. Defense first.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maris Sprintjuks for the Latvian Parliament, followed by... No, that was Maris Sprintjuks. Alexandra Tomic from Serbia, followed by Paraskevas Kokoulopoulos.
Thank you. Global challenges such as economic crisis, energy crisis, and industrial revolution, pandemics, and climate changes require stronger cooperation and coordination with the economic policy in Europe. This framework helps to make the new green, digital, inclusive, and resilience economy. The resulting economy governance framework of 2024 provides greater flexibility in economic policy making, but also demands accountability from the member states to ensure stable and sustainable development. Serbia, as an EU candidate, is actively working on a digital and ecological transition to contribute to strengthening the European economic space. For example, Serbia, for the first time, adopted budget in 2025 for the green budget. It included 64 projects with a total value of €1 billion. Serbia sent a reform agenda for 4 areas and 98 measures with the adopted budget of the €1.7 billion by 2027 for the whole region West Balkan. Serbia sees EU membership as a key of the step toward improving citizen lives, while also contributing to the stronger, more competitive and sustainable European economy. The goal of the continued economic reforms and aligned with the European standards to ensure stable growth and the better standards of living. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paraskevas Kokoulopoulos from Greece, followed by Amilis Salimos from Latvia.
Ευχαριστώ, κυρία Πρόεδρε, κυρίες και κύριοι συνάδελφοι. Όπως είπα και χθες στην Επιτροπή Προϋπολογισμού, 8 κράτη-μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης συνορεύουμε με χώρες που
we have borders with countries who are encouraging questioning of geopolitical facts. Is this just for certain countries, or is it for the whole of the European Union? I think it's something that concerns the whole of the EU. When it comes to defence expenditure, we have to go further. Secondly, we propose that there should be an exception to the 3% rule, because these expenditure is about national expenditure. We know that when these sums are excluded from expenditure plans, but this is something that is of concern to all of us. Greece has no more obligations in suspense. It has the same debt, which is at quite a high level. We're on the right track because we have a surplus, but we also have obligations from certain memoranda, and the surplus should be used to service debt. So if we have 1 billion, then that's a drop of 1%. If this can be invested, then we'll be able to cover the 3%. So when it comes to debt, are we going to increase the denominator, so therefore growth? But this shouldn't be seen as a punishment. It should be it should help us to open up the way to investment in all countries.
List to be able to manage with our time scheme, more or less. I will now give the floor to Amil Salimovs from the Latvian Parliament, and afterwards my dear co-chair will take over. I think it's Tomasz Grodzki. Yes.
Colleagues, I will proceed my speech on Latvian language.
We live in a time of challenges, and security is extremely important, and of course it is connected to the economic situation. For example, in Latvia, we can see that the Green Deal means in Latvia that we have additional burden, a financial burden, and additional costs. And right now in Latvia, the companies or the society are not able to cover it. Emission reduction means higher prices, and of course it influences the inflation. Our emission is very low, but taking into account the EU policies, we have to cut the emissions. That's even though we are not able to fulfill those goals without negative influence on the economy. So taking into account what situation we have right now, the most important target should be cheaper resources. Isn't that the best time right now to mobilize our forces so that countries like Latvia are able to develop their economy? I think that the Green Deal should be balanced out so that it does not become a heavy financial burden on member states. The Green Deal has to have a sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is from Hellenic Parliament, Georgios Stylios. Please.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, η Ελλάδα...
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the Commission President's proposal to make it possible to deviate from budget guidance in order to provide incentives for member states who wish to spend more than 4% on defence. They shouldn't be punished if they deviate from the restrictions on maximum expenditure from the criteria. So I think it is good to make the necessary amendments to provide these incentives for defence spending. I think that should be implemented in the medium-term structural and financial plans, fiscal plans. And also that would mean that less would count towards the national debt, and there would be more money available to strengthen spending. Of course, all of this has to be done within clear boundaries and with all due democratic accountability. And the Court of Auditors and advisory bodies have an important role to play. Because they, of course, report on these finances which have to be accounted for in national parliaments. So certainly these accountability reports should be made to parliaments.
Thank you very much. And next speaker is Madame Savula Orfanidou from Cyprus.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Το Συμβούλιο έκρινε πρόσφατα αυτά τα εθνικά σχέδια.
Thank you very much. Now, recently, we adopted our national plan. It's very difficult to draw conclusions because it's so soon, but nevertheless, we can note a number of different lessons from the period of drafting the plan. The time frame was particularly tight, which brings out the need for commitment from all involved, from the member states, the council, the commission. There really needs to be a lot of commitment to this new government framework. When we were drafting the plan, we noticed it's important to have a very concrete, practical approach by linking budgetary discipline, structural reforms, and investments to promote growth. We also had an opportunity to refocus attention on the needs for the development of each state. So, of course, we have to take into account the objectives of the European Union as a whole, but also respond to the different subjects that the Commission brought up. There are quite a number of different initiatives that have already been presented. There are initiatives proposed by Mr. Mitsotakis, our Prime Minister, when it comes to the budgetary and fiscal rules for defence expenditure. And I think it's very important for Greece and other countries.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Franz Fayot from Luxembourg, and preparing Mr. Ivica Krsticevic from Croatia.
Chair, and thank you also to the panelists for this discussion. I think it's fair to say that this new framework is already an improvement also in terms of democratic accountability if you compare it to the European semester, where parliaments barely had the time to discuss the plans for reform and also for stability and growth before they had to be sent to Brussels. So now, this is now a part of the national budget process, and I think that is in itself a good thing. If we talk about budgets, we always talk about ways in which countries address challenges of society, such as aging, affordable housing, livable environment for us and for future generations, and also, of course, education. And linking this to the discussion we had in the previous session with Mario Draghi, I think that once again, competitiveness per se cannot be the answer to that. We also need to add a social dimension and also an environmental dimension to all of these questions. And in doing that, of course, member states have their own policies, but they also look towards the European guidance. And it cannot be that a few years ago, or even 1 year ago, we discussed about sustainability policies, and we now all of a sudden drop all of that and talk only about competitiveness in a very old-fashioned sense. So once again, the call is to complete the competitiveness compass with a social and also an ecological compass and an inclusivity compass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Ivica Krstičević. And next speaker will be Madame Izabela Bodnar from Poland. Mr. Ivica is here. I can't see him. So I will ask Madame Izabela Bodnar from Poland, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, it's an honor today, on today's session dedicated to the first national plan. We believe that the changes in economic governance framework represent challenges and opportunities for profound transformation of our economies. From Poland's perspective, one of the most significant conclusions is the necessity of adopting a more integrated approach to managing public finances, especially in the context of implementing of National Recovery and Resilience Plan. Our initial experience highlights three key elements: flexibility, which enables us to quick adapt investment plan to changing economical and political conditions; synergy between national budget and European funds, allowing to maximize efficiency of investments; simplification of administrative procedures, which help us respond more rapidly to challenges such as energy crisis, migration pressures, or changes in the labour market driven by technological development or AA. Looking for the future, we see three strategic priorities: strengthening the roots of innovation, modern technologies and scientific research, and the foundation of long-term economic growth and boosting the European Union competitiveness on the global stage; better integration of social and employment policies, especially in the light of challenges posed by digitalization and job automation; promoting long-term stability through sustainable investment in infrastructure, the green economy, and future technologies. I would like to emphasize that I'm very glad that we have possibility to share here our experience, our best practice. I believe deeply that it's really share us and lead us to success. On the very end, I would like to switch for a moment for Polish language, if you allow me. Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen, we are at a crucial point in our history. Our cooperation, our unity are more important than ever. Let me show you something. I'm wearing a necklace which I got from the leader of the Lviv region when I went there with a humanitarian convoy. I must say that seeing war with your own eyes stays with you forever. So I would like to address the Ukrainian nation and tell them that they are not alone and we will always stand by your side.
Now I'm delighted to pass the chair to Mrs. Zofia Czernow, Deputy Chair of the Committee on Public Finances of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland. Zosia, please.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Stylianos Petsas from Greece.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greece is a country that has put in place various structural rules for the next period. This went through in 2024 without problems. And so this shows the effort that's been undertaken since 2021 to put our public finances on a sounder footing. We've reduced our national debt by more than from over 200% to 135% of GDP by 2028 without increasing inequality. So we've seen almost a doubling of GDP, or at least double that of the euro area, an improvement on just a few years ago. So the lessons that we can learn from this new framework that has been accepted for the future. Well, of course, it's a bit early to draw lessons now, but there are 2 points I'd like to focus on. First of all, the general public does not seem to be involved in this debate. It seems highly technical to ordinary people. In the Bank of Greece, there have been discussions with the involvement of the Prime Minister and the Parliament's Budget Committee and so on. But this is something which is not really followed by the general public, so I think something needs to be done about that. And secondly, the increase in primary expenditure. This is something extremely important, but it doesn't take into account recent debates about the exceptional nature of defence spending as part of general government expenditure. We need to keep our expenditure on a healthy basis, but at the same time we need to be able to ring-fence defence spending and send a clear message to our friends and enemies.
Next speaker is Mr. Bart Kroon from Senate of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. And thank you, panelists. I'm very glad to observe that the new framework seems to be widely embraced and adopted by all member states for the reasons explained earlier today. And given the challenges that were explained by Mr. Draghi earlier today, it is a necessity to do so. Now, as Mr. Adam Reuterskjold explained earlier, his intention to leave the farm behind a bit better for the next generation, such intention is driven by his own ownership and his own morale. And such does not require means to secure adherence. Success is by adherence of principles. Now, I wonder, and maybe the panel can give some answers to these questions, how will this adherence be embraced by all member states, and how will we jointly ensure that failure is not an option, since individual failure weakens our joint potential? And listening to Draghi this morning, we can't afford to have that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Madam Anneli Ackerman from Estonia.
Honorable Vice President and dear colleagues from Polish Parliament, thank you very much for picking up those extremely important topics for us and leading really interesting and fruitful discussion. During those 2 days, I will speak in Estonian now.
Estonia's priorities for the next financial framework is to increase defense readiness and to increase cross-boundary connections. We want to support Ukraine and also take into consideration the possibilities of enlargement. I can only agree with the Draghi report. Infrastructure connections, for example, when we take that, it's possible to produce much more inexpensive sea wind energy in Estonia, more than we need ourselves. But in order to transfer that somewhere else, we need networks which we cannot build ourselves. So this is why we need the capital markets union. Another topic, we must cut red tape, and particularly domestic red tape, and replace it with much more general harmonized rules. Why not start with defense? Historically, we know that there's a lot of innovation going on in the defense industry, which is carried over to the civilian sector. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Kazimierz Klejna from Senate of Poland.
President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is a very important debate, this one, concerning the most important issues for the European Union, how the European funds are spent. We're talking about budgets, and I speak as the chairman of the Budgets Committee in the Polish Senate. Of course, these are matters that maybe don't interest common people that much, but this is the basis of the way the European economy works. I am very glad that the regulations adopted lately by the EU, I think that they are the most important basis for the functioning of the entire system. And it's important that these regulations, these rules, be comparable between the member states, that the plans are drafted according to similar or the same standards. The Polish Parliament has adopted an act on the fiscal board based on these new regulations, because we want that we want the drafting of the budget to be fully transparent. And this will be the role played by this Polish fiscal board. Now let me point out another issue that was discussed earlier today, the competitiveness of Europe. Indeed, that's a very important matter, but let us not forget that not all the member states are at the same level of development. So all these comparisons and this competition between the EU, the United States, China may deepen these differences between the member states. Poland has made a lot of progress, has done a lot since its accession to the EU, and we don't want our country and other countries to be at a competitive disadvantage due to this competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor back to the panelists for short responses of around 1 minute each. Please, Mr. Alberto Fonseca.
Muito obrigado, Senhora Presidente.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Well, I didn't have any direct questions posed for me, so I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you for this debate, which brought out all of the different points of view. But I think we are united with the same objective. If we want the European Union to be genuinely united, then we can be more than the sum of our parts. And I think that's a position that has to prevail.
Well, thank you very much, and for this, of course, fruitful discussions. I've touched on some subjects. It's important for all of us, all countries, to adopt a fiscal framework and to do the prioritization within this framework and not outside. Another one is, of course, the emergency clause, which is very unfortunate to when you're working on a framework to have to think of the emergency clause immediately. But in our situation right now, it's understandable that that might be a necessity. The third thing is, of course, the debt sustainability does not only apply to each country by itself, but also to the European Union as a whole. Thereby, we have to make sure that we don't land in too high debt in total. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Adam Rotterschild.
He has already.
Here. Massimo Suardi. I'm just moving.
Okay.
Massimo Suardi.
Please, Massimo Suardi.
Thank you. First of all, thanks to all those that have intervened, because this has been a very, very, very interesting debate. So that was really useful. Couple of quick comments. I mean, I think the importance of national fiscal frameworks, good, strong national fiscal framework, has been already emphasized. But I mean, I would also like to stress that is also part of the reform that was adopted last year. There is also a legal text directive that aims at a stronger fiscal framework at the national level, because of course the first line for good fiscal policy must come from the national level. Second point, many of you have mentioned defense. The Commission President has already announced that we are working on making the full use of the flexibility within the rules, because the times are exceptional. But okay, I think here I would add just a quick point that the national budgets over time will also need to adapt to the new priorities, including defense, including the other pressing investment priorities that have been mentioned. And a final point on, there was also, I think, a question on enforcement, and we are, of course, committed from the Commission side to the full enforcement of the new framework. We also believe that the reliance on a single indicator will help monitor that both at the national level and at the EU level. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your interventions. Thanks again for giving me the floor. A couple of points. I think, as I was saying, the reform of the fiscal framework is a step forward. It's an improvement, but in my view, we are not yet there. And using the flexibility of the framework for increase in defense and other spending, as European Fiscal Board, we were always of the view that a better solution would be that some of the spending would actually be done at the level of the EU. And why is that? That is because of economies of scale, and because, in a way, by doing the spending at the level of the EU, you internalize the beneficial effects of individual spending on the collective. So that would be a better solution. Now, how could one do such spending? Well, one possibility would be a successor to Next Gen EU, but one could also use resources that have not yet been used, for example, from the European Stability Mechanism, the European Investment Bank, or from Next Gen EU to make those expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This brings us to a close of the formal program of this year's European Parliamentary Week. I would like to share with you that we had the biggest outcome ever. We had almost 300 participants from national parliaments and almost 150 members of European Parliament, which is really unprecedented. So thank you very much for coming in for these fruitful discussions. Last but not least, I would like to invite you all to join the walking lunch, which will take place at Antal 2Q catering area. I don't know if you have still these informations. Otherwise, I think your national representatives will guide you the way. Thank you, and hope to see you again soon.